evening, everybody. So as always, I want to give special recognition to the source of the music, Paul Kilduff Taylor, owner, producer, whatever you call him, of Mode 7 Games. Absolutely fantastic guy. Very interesting person to follow on Twitter. Highly recommend him. And somebody who's very good at making music, as it turns out. So down in the bottom right-hand corner there, you can check out his SoundCloud, soundcloud.com/nervous_testpilot. He also records chiptunes under the name Ensnare, and Ensnare is encased in a underscore on each side. Am I ready to forget about the time? You mean the fact that it's 9 o'clock and I'm probably going to wind up sleeping way too late? That might be a thing. Oh, hey, a game which I'm not going to tell you I got is currently downloading, and I haven't dropped any frames yet, which is amazing. All right. So, can you guys guess what game it is? The game that starts with an S? Rumor has it that this game's pretty popular. And actually, I need to thank Armor87 for donating Stardew Valley to the channel. So, without further ado, this is going to be a completely blind playthrough. I basically opened it up so I would be able to, to access or put it into OBS. The other S starting game. But yeah. We will get through this together, chat. Very relaxing music. Phantom Klepto, thank you very much for that host, my friend. I feel like my alerts have gotten quieter and quieter as time goes by. Let me start off properly with a nice shout out to that wonderful man who I actually got to see live for finally. I don't know what happened, so hey, there he is. How you doing, Phantom Klepto? So yeah, Phantom Klepto is also a streamer on Twitch, and I don't know if my follow never took, or if he got purged for whatever reason, or if just there have apparently been cases where people wind up being unfollowed for no reason whatsoever. In either case, the reason I was not able to see Phantom Klepto live was because I was not not following him. But he was playing Neverwinter. Looks really interesting, actually. I probably don't need another MMO in my life, but it was cool to watch his channel, and obviously a tremendous supporter of this channel here. So definitely feel free to check him out if you think he's a fancy man from chatting with him, or otherwise connected to the personality. As I always like to say, I watch Twitch streams for the personality, for the individual. The game is definitely a factor. There are some games which I don't like watching very much on Twitch, but a strong personality can usually overcome a lot of the stuff I don't find very desirable. Deciding if you should drill some holes from downstairs to your room to run a cable. Why don't you just get like 6 times as much cable as you need and wind it all the way through the house? Save yourself the drilling trouble, and possibly kill somebody by tripping them up. And who was it that mentioned we were at 10,000 views? 10,000 views, 1,154 follows. 4 of you watching me right now. This is exciting. So, let's start with Stardew Valley. We are playing Stardew Valley today, guys. Did you know that I'm playing Stardew Valley? Oh boy. And I get to spend hours on character creation. What do I do first? that changes nothing. Make my usual hot self. I don't know if there are any setting. Normally games don't have settings to make people that look like me. Parents would be very pleased with that eyesore. Well, that's fine. You just kind of wrap them up in the cable and then they can't complain. All right. So many skin colors. Wait, is that different? 24 different shades of skin? There's no possible way you can be a pale farmer. As much as I'd love to get in character, I think I'm just gonna go with default skin. What are my hair options? Very modern hairstyles for... Well, I guess it's a modern game, like... You know, it's 2016, guys, I can have a woman's haircut. Why isn't there an other sex or gender option? It's 2016, guys. God. I'm really bad at character creation. I usually just go for like the default settings. I will get how I can be a pale farmer. These are all women's hairstyles. Do I want to look like I came out of a Final Fantasy game? Very 90s haircut. Am I just going with default hair again? Nah, there we go. So, you know, something a modern person might have, but could also just maybe be a little ruffled from, Actually, you know what? Let's just randomize everything until we find something interesting. That looked like a member of The Cure. Oh my god, that's so fantastic. I am extremely tempted to go for this. You know, maybe okay, so I definitely know that I need to get the handlebar mustache. Wait, so I can't have glasses and a beard? It's gotta be one or the other? Alright. Oh yeah, and more importantly too, we are going to be Aryan. So, let's get that blonde. Too blonde, too blonde. There we go. We'll worry about the pants colors and stuff. Alright. Now, there's a very limited number of hairstyles that you can have with the chops. Is there a mullet? Yeah, pigtails are not a mullet. I mean, this'll do in a pinch, but I feel like we can do better. Although this is very well styled. Oh, this might work, actually. Okay, hair 13 is a candidate. It looks like he's wearing a helmet. Here is me from my hair metal days. Okay, I think we're going with Hair 13. So I either work like for Silicon Valley, or I actually like live off the land. Jesus Christ, how many shirts can you possibly have in a pixel art game? Alright. Could be a tuxedo. Oh man, that's a super academic style top. Sorry, I know there's not a lot of commentary for this. I'm just kind of working my way through. Hello, Sanguine Roses! Guys, Sanguine Roses was playing Valhalla earlier today. She is a mod for Jesse Quill. By the way, guys, I'm gonna like throw all my econ at this game. You are going to get an education on how modern business works. But first of all, we're gonna figure out what kind of clothing this farmer wears. Not pink. Oh, hang on, that's not bad. Ah, nope, nope, we cannot change that. Nope. Oh, well, I mean, it should be shirt. I should go with shirt 69 just because fond memories. Of times that I imagined 69, not that I've ever participated. Anyways, guys, actually, that was a really crappy shout-out for Sanguine Roses. She is a mod for Jesse Quill, which is probably a reason enough to follow her. You guys know what a high opinion I have of Jesse Quill, and especially her decision-making capabilities and the people that she hangs out with. But Sanguine Roses is actually a very competent caster in her own right. I was gonna say, like, one of the things that kind of interested me, you know what, let's go for this. I don't have to, like, be a hillbilly. One of the things that really kind of struck me about her cast was, I mean, sometimes I would say some of her viewers are maybe not quite my demographic, but she will do in between some of the games that she plays, and she's somebody who also faces hardware limitations. So me talking about econ reminded you to take your meds. Well, I mean, I have done quite a bit of research about the pharmaceutical industry. Maybe that counts. Oh yeah, I gotta change my eye color. Blue, blue, blue. Can I get any more blue? But yeah, Sanguine Roses, even though at first blush when I kind of looked at the chat, I was like, I don't know. I mean, she's nice in Jess's chat. You know, these should just be blue jeans. I shouldn't need to think very heavily. But you know what? It's the color of the blue jean. You gotta focus on those details. But she's also done stuff like, so one of her ways of learning was to kind of redraw some of the images from her textbooks for biology and things like that. And she asked for some help for Jesse Quill. Thank you very much for that, host. She asked for some help with econ. Again, a very nice caster, and definitely somebody you should check out, especially if you like Valhalla, which I've been bad at getting back on top of. So maybe we'll return to that sometime. And of course, I spent half of Sanguine's shout out talking about Jesse Quill. Very dear woman, very deep friend of this channel's, the only person who's gotten that green sword, and never seems to fail to host me. She is an incredibly accomplished and a very kind caster. She's been doing polymer clay figurines, she's been doing cards for her followers, she's been doing a ton of stuff on Twitch. Again, somebody who I sort of thought had broken down, had kind of sort of hit her stride in terms of the type of content that she produces, and yet, she started off as a WoW caster and sort of reinvented herself as a variety caster, and she's returned to WoW again. And there's just another set of, there's just another set of things that she's going to accomplish, another set of kind of styles and different, just different kinds of casts that she's ready to do that I haven't seen. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say. She's a very dear friend of the streams. I will never get tired of shouting her out, and I hope all of you have a good time checking her out. Follow her, watch her, consider joining her Patreon, because definitely that money goes to a much better cause than anything that goes towards me. And I think you've all gotten a chance to know her in the channel. I originally modded her as a jester, but she is absolutely, taken it to the hilt, so to speak. She does an incredible job taking care of the channel. So, all right, now the last few questions. I am not calling myself Ombre. I will not run the Monsanto farm, and my favorite thing is not nihilism. But I suppose first of all I need to decide if I like pussies or bitches. As a character, of course. A guy who looks like... First of all, what do you guys think of the character? Satisfactory? Hey, Kaya, I believe it was. Thank you very much for that, host. I think you're in chat. I don't know. I'm really bad at keeping tabs on chatties, so. But yeah, I don't know. I hope you guys approve of the look. But is that the right shade of green? What's supposed to be green? How are you doing tonight? I'm doing quite well. Thank you very much for the host again. And it actually looks like... I'm not mistaken, but I think you just finished streaming tonight, didn't you, Kaya? In any case, whether or not they've finished streaming, I think you were doing Hearthstone. I kind of just took a quick peek at people before I walked out. So, in any case, it was... I'm fairly certain you were streaming Hearthstone. But, on your way to... was it 200 followers? Or were you going straight for the quarter of 1,000, 250? Just finished. Okay, excellent. I'm not completely crazy. But yeah, anyways, Kaya's actually also been very nice in terms of giving a lot of hosts to the channel here, so thank you very much. I hope you're doing well tonight. All right, so I think I think we're okay for my character. This type of person, these Aryan eyes, that sandy blonde hair. Can we make it blonder? Nah, it's too yellow. I think we had it right before. All right, so yeah, this is definitely a dog person. You can't have facial hair like that and be a cat person. Excellent, congratulations. So I can remember it took me a very long time to reach 200. God, I don't know what to... Alright. Unless somebody can give me, like, a real, like, oh my god, this is the perfect name, I am calling him Clem. I have no idea what I'm gonna call it the Monsanto farm, but let's think about this personality. What is Clem's favorite thing? Does he like poetry? Does he like the Protestant work ethic? Been streaming over a year. Congratulations. That is definitely... I was gonna say too, I don't know how regularly you've been streaming. I know I had a really big break from the first kind of run. But it's definitely... people who are able to keep going that long, regardless of what their follower count is Stop naming things I like. This is Clem's story. Okay. Continental philosophy. I don't want to make it like a stereotype. I knew I'd bait Yip with that. How you doing, Yip? By the way, guys, I want to give a proper shout out to Yip. He's very quiet in the channel. Maple syrup. Ooh. I think this is right. But yeah, guys, Yip is actually the guy who I've done a few co-ops on Warframe with. I mean, Yip's characters look beautiful, and I am decidedly not. Nah, you know what? It's not good. Oh, here we go, actually. He really liked, he minored in biology. He really liked it, but didn't want to make it his major. You were post-surgery with a lot of painkillers. Oh my god. Yep. I hope you're alright. Warm beer. Oh god. You guys are coming up with some good ones. Alright, so I've put off the Hour of Doom. What are we calling this farm? Skywalker Ranch? I don't think it'll fit. The Skywalker Ranch farm is, I think that's too long, and it probably will, that'll probably take too much, oh sorry, and Ranch Farm doesn't quite sound right. God. Why, I should have thought about all this. I didn't know I needed to come up with a farm name when I started playing this. Pepperidge Farm. There we go. Oh, you son of a bitch! I'm not allowed to call it Cherry Blossom Farm. Ugh. Clem fell in love twice, both times crushed by his own false exploitations of delusions of romance and grandeur. Westfall Farm? Should I know this reference? Because that's actually a really good name. History of Westfall Farm. Westfall Winery is located at Westfall Farm, one of New Jersey's most historic and dynamic locations. Now, it's gotta be 2 words. I'm drawing a line in the sand on this. We don't compromise our standards here. Westfall is one of the farm for humans, and WoW. Okay. Stillwater. There's your single word. Hard as Rock Acre. I can't change the. It's got to be a farm. Complain to the Stardew Valley people. All right, guys. I think we've lost like 2 people over the course. It took me 20 minutes to get through character creation. I have no idea how long I'm going to be able to play this game. Alright. This is Clem. He runs Stillwater Farm. How you doing, Talos Wind? He likes biology. He's got Aryan features. He's a dog lover, but that does not mean he dislikes cats. It's just when he had his pick as a child, he got a dog. Are you all happy with him? And you know what? If you're not, too bad, because we're starting this story. Santa Claus is dying! And for my very special grandson. Santa Claus apparently also was a buccaneer on the high seas. I want you to have this sealed envelope. I've never played this before, Taliswind. No, don't open it yet. Have patience. Now listen close. There will come a day when you feel crushed by the burden of modern life. Jesus Christ, he does like philosophy! And your bright spirit will fade before a growing emptiness. When that happens, my boy, you'll be ready for this gift. Now let Grandpa rest. XX years later. 20 years later. Joga! Join us! Thrive! Work, 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 work. Smile. You're with... Oh, sorry, it's Joja. I'm gonna assume this guy used to work for Amazon. Oh, dude, this guy should be on the farm, not me. I can't beat that hat. Hey, it's me! Man, I really do look like I belong working at a .com company. Oh, I think I'm going to the bathroom. But I'm supposed to open this when I'm depressed. I don't think I'm depressed yet. Okay. Can I move my mouse? Can I close the drawer? I wanna... That's a really big letter, by the way. Or maybe a really, really small drawer. Also, I've never... Okay, so first of all, who uses floppy disks anymore? And they're not the D drive. Yeah, I mean, yep. Okay, so look, here's the thing, guys. I get it, right? This game is probably going to be about my journey, and I'm going to feel this emptiness, and I'm going to go to Stardew Valley, and this probably I like inherit a farm or something like this, and I'm going to reconnect with the earth. And, you know, I'm going to learn how wonderful it was. Very romantic, not romantic in what most people think, but like romantic in terms of the literary movement. But you got to set it up, right? I don't feel that this is a crushing job. And frankly, I'm kind of annoyed at this game for making me... It's just assuming that I am... You know, I'm unhappy. Make me feel the unhappiness, right? I mean, come on. We're in an age now. I could play Grand Theft Auto. I could steal a car. I could like run over a guy. I could fuck some hookers, and like that's in the tutorial. And I'm like, you know, I think these developers should just like, you know, if you're gonna make a game which is trying to be wholesome, you need to make it okay. You need to make it like, you know. You need to compare. I don't like the fact that it's limiting my options. I don't like the fact that it's telling me I can't go work at a soul-crushing job and have that experience and learning on its own. Like, why can't I move my fucking mouse? Right? I need to be able to know. I mean, I'm sitting here. There's a camera looking at me. I'm busy just sitting here, you know, supposed to be going on with the, you know, with this horrible job and feeling awful. I don't get to decide that. I'm just apparently going to say, nope, you're the one who has to go. You know what? Fuck this game. Fuck this game. I want to live. I want to go in a game. I want to play an Office Space. If I want to be bored in an office, I want to play an Office Space game. And I'm not going to let these fuckers in Stardew Valley tell me what I can and can't play. So you know what? You know what? Fuck you, Stardew Valley. I decide. I want a game where I make my own choices. Fuck that game. Uh-oh. Things are crashing. Stardew Valley's taking its revenge. There we go! I want an office job. I'm taking a fucking office job. I don't think this game takes this long to load. My raging against Stardew Valley apparently is a little bit undermined by the fact that it's taking forever to load up the alternative.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley for a company in a building where was employee.
What the fuck is going on?
Employee before.
Sorry guys, I'm just gonna do a quick check here because something is very clearly not working on this. I don't think I have it open twice. Okay, everything sort of seems to be the way that it should be. Okay, well that's working fine, but I want to see the opening. There we go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk. Tell him what buttons to push, how long to push them.
Okay, you know what? Here's how we're gonna fix that. This is why I should test games before I run them. Hello, Onvar! I've seen the intro, so I've actually played a few minutes of Stanley Parable. I don't know it as well as I think people think I do, but...
This is the story of a man.
I can rely on the good old-fashioned monitor capture to have my back on this. Yeah, but none of the stuff that I see on... I have the task manager open to show me what resources are being used, and I'm not anywhere remotely close to any of my resources.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-winning, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right. So now that you know the game, I think a lot of you might actually already know this game. Probably a lot of you know this game better than I do. But let's see what happens. Oh, right. My monitor capture is a little weird. I agree, Jesse Quill, but you know what? I'm going to make the best of this situation.
All of his co-workers...
Okay. This is weird that it's acting this way. And it might be because I changed the vertical sync. But this is like...
Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yeah, that does seem to fix it. Nope. I wish I knew what was causing this. Alright, let's hope we can play this for the full duration. Otherwise I might have to go back to Stardew Valley. How horrible. So how many of you have actually played this game, out of curiosity?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Hello, Endors. How are you doing?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
What do you think this painting means, chat?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered
Hello,
on
subs.
creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I'm not playing your games, Kevin Brightly. I didn't even think of that yet, but you're absolutely right. There's no purpose whatsoever for for this. Yeah, so I mean, I've been so at odds. So like I've played a little bit of this game for sure, but I was really at odds about whether or not I wanted to stream this because obviously I don't have the cam, and this game is almost 100% Kevin Breitling's voiceover, right? So, but yeah, I definitely wanted to put some more time into this and have a little bit of fun with it. Yeah, Subs, it's a fantastic game. I've actually had a lot of fun watching people play it.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Screw you, game.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Jesse Quell. I would probably lose at least 3/4 of my followers if I actually started streaming with a cam. Penalty for misuse of the cargo lift, 1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, 5,000. It's like the game's trying to tell me something.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I'll lose 1/3 because of the men who... Yeah, so I'm sorry, guys. I do not understand at all why the game is stuttering like this. It could be because I don't have it on my SSD, but that is extremely weird that the game can't load things in time. I mean, like, this is definitely not the way the game should be experienced.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Is it raining out?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, Subs, this is the only... So I've opened up the game and I've played a little bit of it lots of times. I've done it a ton on my laptop, which has nowhere near the amount of power that this thing has. So there's very obviously something going wrong, but I have no idea how to fix it. I have a feeling that the more I go through rooms, the more stuff's already going to be loaded, and this will solve itself as I play. But yeah, so like I said, I mean, one of my dilemmas on this was, you know, whether or not I can actually make this game any more interesting by providing my my commentary over a game which is already driven by its incredible writing and voiceover narration. But actually, Sub, it's maybe worth mentioning. So we started playing Stardew Valley, and I resented the fact that the game immediately assumed that I found the job soul-crushing, and that it didn't give me any choice in terms of what I was going to do. And so I decided that I would not bow to its will, and instead I would play something that allowed me to simulate an office job and give me choice.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I've never even heard of it.
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
It is possibly the most beautiful vending machine I have ever seen.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Oh, thank you.
It's possible that this is why everyone... But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Ah, just kidding, games.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
I did, actually, oddly enough, I did do the beginner's guide on stream. So I'm doing it in reverse order. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. And I didn't receive my $5,000 fine, which tells me that... Nope, nope. I need to see that important texture. I'm still convinced I have choice. It says, don't lie. Trust me, I'm not lying.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but
I
you
do not subs.
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I have a milady in my
This is it,
life?
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Nah, I probably left her for a reason. Can I... I can't jump. Maybe I can climb. Come on, you can do it, buddy. You can do it, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it! Maybe not. Hey, Vikings World. I'm sorry you missed it before. We started off with Stardew Valley. But it forced us to make decisions that we didn't want to make. I wanted to have an office job, and it wouldn't let me. It forced me to work on a farm. And so I can just walk away from this room. I can go and I can do whatever I want. I've got all my... I didn't know this door opened. I can walk away. And I could go... How long have I been going? I've been live for about an hour now. I think the first 40 minutes or so was me playing Stardew Valley.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually...
Force of will.
Chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No.
If you can just give me a quick second here, guys, I'm going to go on the forums. I'm assuming I'm not the only person who's had this problem, and if I can get rid of the stuttering, that would be outstanding. Stutter, lag, anybody have this from October 2013? Yeah, somebody with a perfectly reasonable machine. So it says the VSync was the problem there. I already changed that, but maybe I just go to none. I don't think VSync is going to affect the stream. Yeah, a lot of people complaining about this, but nobody nobody actually offering any solutions. I would definitely not want to restart the computer, but I'm just going to take a quick second here and look. So there's a common issues and support email. I may quit the game though for to do the verify cache, but what I am going to do, just because they said that vertical sync was a potential source of problems, I'll just completely remove it, because again, that shouldn't be affecting the stream. That should just be affecting my experience. So.
Oh, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Right. It's the best part of being a real person. But
Ouch.
if used incorrectly, can also be the
Okay. We are definitely restarting the game. I'm really sorry about this, guys. I wanted to try and make this a fun alternative, but looks like I've got a couple problems here. So while that verifies, I'm going to take a second here. So yeah, in terms of the use, CPU and memory was always I don't think they even got remotely close to to over 50%. I will close down all the extra stuff just on the odd chance that things are fighting for resources. I'm just doing a validation, so this might take a couple minutes. Yeah, I'm doing that right now. And while I do that, I'll just take a quick second to go on Google and see what it has to say. I guess I can give you some more Nervous Test Pilot while we do that. right, so it says 3 files failed to validate, but that was a problem somebody else was having. So I don't know if this will solve it, but we'll see what we can do here. So this is apparently a fairly well-known problem with the game, but nobody's offering solutions, which is really frustrating. And the game crashed again. This is funny too, because I was watching Kitch play it. He didn't have any problems. I should maybe ask him what his settings were. It's not a low-res space background. It's just a blurry one. That image is originally, I don't know, it was in the tens of megabytes for sure. I just didn't want it to be too crisp, because if I was originally putting Alpha Centauri over it, and I didn't want it to be crisp enough that it was distracting from the game, or the text for that matter. So yeah, this is the same problem that we had before, which was it'd take a very long time to load. My guess is that we're probably going to wind up having a lot of stuttering on the opening video. But we'll see.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, well, we're going to skip it.
Stan?
This really sucks. Okay, I'm going to do one more verification just because it crashed. And we might have to switch to a different game. Yes, that was that's exactly the game I was playing. All right. So same deal with Stanley Parable. It says there's files that it couldn't find. It's downloading again. There we go. All right. I'm going to give this 2 more tries. So this time it actually bothered to download the files for Stanley Parable. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and muck with the console settings. And if I can't get stuff fixed in the console settings, we'll go to our 3rd game of the night. All right, have a good one, Kaya. He played Civilization 3 hardcore back in the day, and same with Alpha Centauri. I absolutely love Alpha Centauri. I don't know Civilization 3 as well, but I'm very excited for number 6. Well, I'm seeing the screen. Okay, there we go. Well, that's not a good start. But... it's a side of me that just wants to do the beginner's guide again to spite this game, but... I didn't know that. I knew they were fairly close together. Because I know there was a really, really long time between Civ 2 and Civ 3. The Alpha Centauri is one of my favorite games. I also think people were quite unfair to Beyond Earth, to be honest. Although I don't know if it quite captures the same spirit from Alpha Centauri. Yeah, it's gonna stutter again.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley went...
Okay. One more shot. This is gonna take... I've never played Civ 1. That's the only one that I haven't tried. I'm gonna try one more... I'm gonna try one more thing. This is gonna require me a little to do a little bit more Google work, so this might be a slightly more extended break. But if you can just give me a second here, I'll put on the music. This one's gonna be Inspector Vector and Nervous Test Pilot. It's basically an album, so there won't be any like breaks in between things. Sorry if this isn't your kind of music. Hi guys, I'm just going to turn the volume down a little bit because obviously I don't want to spend too much time just playing music. I know that doesn't look very good on the Twitch side of things. So, I mean, by way of public service, so what's happening here basically is this is apparently a problem with the Source engine, which has been kind of worked on. So with various updates, apparently Valve has improved this, but I seem to be getting hit by this on the Stanley Parable, presumably because maybe it doesn't get updated as often. This will be really interesting if I try to do any of the old Half-Life games, which I wanted. What I may try doing in the future, if I want to do the Stanley Parable, is putting it on my solid-state drive, because I have a feeling that'll do a little bit better of a job kind of loading. Like, okay, so the problem that I'm running into is that basically the game is loading chunks of itself, and I suspect what's happening is it's inefficiently using the resources, because again, in terms of the specs for this computer, there's no reason whatsoever that the Stanley Parable should be having problems, or any of the Source games for that matter. So there are a few things I recommended. One was to basically turn off everything extraneous, and I've cut it down to the bone. Like, there's nothing else that I can really put on. Nothing else that I can really put on this, or I can like close on this machine without like shutting down my streaming setup, basically. The next thing that they said is after installing the game, you want to defragment your hard drive. Now, I was basically at 0% defragmented, but what I'm doing right now is running a defrag. It says 74% analyzed, so I'm hoping that means that it'll be done fairly quickly. Unfortunately, it's in the middle of it right now, so I can't just like stop it and expect things to run properly. So we're sort of stuck while this problem resolves itself. If it doesn't work out, I will be jumping back into a different game. I do want to give you guys some content tonight. But what was originally supposed to be a very silly pivot from Stardew Valley has now turned into a little bit of a frustration in terms of dealing with the bugs in the game. I mean, I couldn't have anticipated something like this. There's a side of me that says maybe I should just like turn off the stream and get this stuff fixed, but I have a feeling that's kind of a pain for everybody to deal with. So it seems like the defragment is running pretty quickly. So in this case here, I'll just let Windows do its thing. If it goes on too much longer, I'll just shut down the stream and start up again. Yeah, I mean, I really like the Stanley Parable, and I will be doing the game. It's just a question in terms of whether or not I can do it right now, because I don't want to do like tech support on cast the whole time. I'm uncomfortable with what I'm doing right now, but the timer's telling me that it's going to be pretty short. So I'm obviously, I mean, you can see there's a lot of people that left, and I don't blame them, because this is not good television. But it is what it is, right? I figure the very least that I can do, though, I mean, at least as far as gaming content is concerned, being able to talk about the issues that we're running into and the source of them, so to speak, I think is worthwhile. I think that's at least in keeping with the spirit of what Twitch is looking for in terms of its content. So, needless to say, if I can get the problems dealt with, I'll definitely do the Stanley Parable again. The only question I'm really running into is whether or not I'm able to do it tonight or not. Now it's sitting at 0% consolidated. I'm a little worried about this. If this thing doesn't start moving a little bit, I think I'm gonna kill it and take my chances. But yeah, so for those of you kind of curious what the problems are, it's, at least from the sources that I'm looking at, we lay this blame at the feet of the Source engine. I also don't have a lot of hard drive space left on my my E drive, which is where this game's sitting, but I'm not entirely sure that's the cause. I'll see if I can free a little bit up. In the meantime, I'm really encouraged that so many of you like the Stanley Parable. I think it's a fantastic game. I'm just sad I'm not able to smoothly move into it like I was hoping I would. I got a couple things I can uninstall to hopefully free up a little bit of space. One of the games that's fun to watch because everybody has just different reactions. Well, that's actually one of the things that's kind of fun for this stream as well, because I get a few different reactions, I get a few different sort of opinions or feelings about my reactions to horror games. Which I enjoy. Like, I don't react to horror games, is basically basically what happens. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun. And I mean, I think it's an absolutely fantastic game. I think it's really well designed. It's very cleverly written. Obviously, everybody knows this game for its incredible voiceover work. You know, there's so much that's great about the Stanley Parable, and if you like watching the Stanley Parable, I mean, he's finished it, so he's likely not going to return to it, but there's a really good streamer, Kitch22, he's actually casting right now, and he did a really good playthrough of the Stanley Parable because I bought it for him, so I react to tongue monsters, kind of. I think people made a much bigger deal about that than what it actually was. Okay, I think I'm gonna kill the defrag and just hope the stuff I'm uninstalling helps. It probably won't, actually. Uninstalling will probably cause more fragmentation, to be completely honest, but I really don't want to spend that much more time troubleshooting this problem. Yeah, everything's locking up now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, the Seamen game or something like that, right? Alright. First of the uninstalls has been taken care of. You're absolutely forbidden from taking my rig off my hands. Yeah, so for those of you, I mean, I don't know if there's a whole lot to say. Wait, where the hell is the... There's like a system profiler somewhere on the... Okay, anyways, so from the donations to the stream, not all of the like obviously I put my own money into this as well, but because of people's donations I was able to get a couple of best-in-class style components. So what this is running on, I'm currently not overclocking this processor, but it's an i7 6700 4 gigahertz processor, so this is the new Skylake i7, 16 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM, It's 500 gigabyte solid state drive, 2 gigabyte hard drive, which is, you know, what Stanley Parable's running on. And I'm running a 980 Ti for a graphics card. So it's definitely not a hardware issue. And again, the descriptions that came up in the descriptions that were coming up in the conversations about the Steam engine pretty much fit exactly the problems I'm encountering with the Stanley Parable. So what we're doing now is I'm letting the last uninstall run by, and we'll jump back into the game. Nice. All right, are we good to go? Don't let me down, game. Come on. That's still not a lot of hard drive space. Sorry guys, one more second. I'm gonna try and free up a little more. Ah, God. What's a huge game that I can... Yeah, see all the stuff I want to keep. Oh, I know what I'm getting rid of. All right, this should fix it. I'm deleting Skyrim. Nothing quite that bad. I was just installing kind of... these are games that I thought were really interesting, but they're taking up a lot of space, and the reality is I'm not going to be able to get back to a lot of them. So, at least not in good time, so I figure I'll clear out some of the... I'll clear out some of the, like, really heavy... the real heavy memory hogs. And hopefully that'll clear up just enough for us to get some quality. Alright, I'd love to look for a 20 gigabyte game, but I have played with your patience enough. Let's do the Stanley Parable. Let's see if we can make it happen. I am really, really sorry about the wait for this, guys. It's not an auspicious start, but let's not freak out. I'm actually kind of disappointed just because we had a fairly decent crowd come in for Stardew Valley and stay for Stanley Parable, and then it all just died. But that's life. I don't know. I'll do something fun for you guys. To make up for it if it doesn't turn out.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh.
Steps worked for a company in a big building where
Yeah.
he was.
Sorry guys, I don't want to do this to you. Let's play this game another time. And let's get on to a game that will run without problems. And I know, Subs, you probably came just for Stanley Parable, so I'm really sorry about that. I will do my best to get that fixed for one of the next ones. So, I'm going to leave it to you guys. So there's some stuff that was requested. And I can do... we're not going to play Neopets. I could start Metro. I could do Deus Ex. I could do... what are some of the other... There's some stuff that people were... I could do Euro Truck Simulator. That'll be my other way of realizing a modern economy. What were some of the other ones that I know people were looking for? I'd love to go back to System Shock, but I should probably do that like when I announce it. I could probably juggle things around and do Alien Isolation. Now, I guess I should do Soma before I do that. Wait a minute, why does it say Stanley Parable is still running? Let's just try this again. If I had 2 copies open, and that's not fair.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee 427's job was simple.
This game's a tease. All right. Hi, Jesse Quill. I've spent so much time troubleshooting this stupid game, and unfortunately, I'm getting screwed. So, we're working out how I'm going to make a consolation to people. We were thinking I could do Metro. I could do Deus Ex. I could do Euro Truck Simulator. Or I'm also open to suggestions here. I could also start the Talos Principle. We could also do Soma. And I've never played Shadow Warrior, but I could try that. Oh God! So yeah, everybody's like Metro, Deus Ex. It's like let's. Do you want me to straw poll this? All right. Last time we go to music. Let's do a quick straw poll. I'm only gonna keep it open for a really short period of time. Yeah. Well, everybody was really insisting. Everybody seemed really, really insistent to talk about that one time on Amnesia that I got surprised, but I don't know if I really count that. I leave it to the audience. Yeah, let's go back to Paul Taylor's music, and we'll do a quick straw poll. So what was it? I'm going to allow multiple choices on this. There you go, chat. There's 9 of you. I'm going to give this a minute at the most. Oh God, I really like this track. This is on Frozen Cortex. All right, lots of ties. I mean, I can play the game that has this soundtrack as well. I mean, we've got 7 votes in total already, so you know, a Let's Player on YouTube who doesn't get scared, that's okay. You don't watch a lot of Let's Plays of horror games, just watch people scream. You want to see how they react to the story and overcome the challenge as long as they're immersive. Because that's the big one for me. I do not like videos that are... This is really interesting. Soma's currently pulling ahead. So I really don't like the kinds of playthroughs that are entirely focused on like humiliating the individual playing it. But I know that's pretty popular on YouTube, so... Alright, you guys really want to see Soma? I'm a little surprised, to be honest, but... Okay, last chance for votes. We're going with Soma, unless things get changed. I really want to play Frozen Cortex now. Kind of want to let this song go to the end, but this isn't a radio station, so... Say goodbye to the good music, guys. Alright. Soma! We didn't get too far in this last time, so... Yeah, subs. I mean, I've done a lot more of the Talos Principle than I have of Soma, but I think they're both excellent games. And I kind of already know what you're talking about, but... Oh, actually, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go shut off the lights. And now I know what toes are for. Finding furniture in the dark. Alright. So, you will recall from last time we had some brain damage. We were scanned and now we've woken up in this strange underwater area. And I don't think... Yeah, I don't think I have any way of like checking a journal or something like that, so I'm gonna have to remember how to do stuff again. Phantom Klepto, I believe people found it a little bit of a disappointment compared to Amnesia. I would argue, yeah, I was going to say, in terms of not too much replayability, I would argue that's the same for Amnesia, save for the fact that people were able to make user-generated content for it. I wish I remembered how to use my little device. Don't touch the structure gel leakage. Can't confirm its effect on WAU. Issue has been reported to SEE Wolchek.
Hey, can you hear me?
I bet the game wants me to feel bad about that. I don't. Alright, there's got to be some way that I can get power to these things. Ah. Buttons. Okay, I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say too, the engine is maybe, I thought from the trailers it looked a lot better than it was. Like, some of the apartment stuff I thought was a little disappointing, but I also think it's a very good-looking game, especially when you get to the underwater segments. It's, I think it's a really impressive game, especially for an indie studio. Like, I'm surprised, honestly, that they decided to do their own engine. Like, this is a very, very good-looking game for what is still an independent studio. It's always Lambda.
Oh, what's happening? Hello, is there anyone there?
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. Absalon, what's going on?
I have no idea. I just sort of woke up here.
In the room right now?
It was like a seat with a helmet.
Is that right? What's your name?
I'm Simon Jarrett.
And what do you... signal... Damn relays. Where are you now?
Someplace dealing with electrical power. I'm not sure if it's a plant or a transformer.
Yeah, you're probably in the thermal plant somewhere. You want to go upstairs to the comm center. It's the room with the dome ceiling.
Hey, look, this place is not... There's something seriously wrong here. Hello?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. We lost another relay. Just listen, head for the comm center upstairs. I'll wait here.
God, more of this game forcing me to do things I don't want to do. I was gonna throw myself into the oh, I can jump in this, never mind. Falling Hazard. Is there a $5,000 fee for falling? I played a game that was like that, but it kept stuttering. This is one thing actually that I think is really good. So, especially when it comes to a game like Soma. Like The Informer, thank you very much for that. Host and the Raiders, who I'm assuming are more than Link, thank you very much for stopping by. You've caught us on a weird time. We started with Stardew Valley, and that was too linear for our tastes, and so we went to the Stanley Parable, which was too stuttery for our tastes, and now we're playing Soma. And I'm really interested in Soma. So, is it Decimic? Thank you very much for coming along with Link to host it. Getting rupees all over the floor. Nah, it's just shards. Ain't no rupees in that. But one of the things that I think really sells Soma is, I'll go back to this, is the way that they kind of do the interactions with terminals. So in this case here, right, you click on it, you move it over. It's quite seamless between your interactions. Now there's two things that's really great about this, which is number one, in older horror games, if you would click on something like this, it would take you into another section. And, you know, it's a moment of safety away from, you know, a big nasty monster that's chasing you or something like that. Goldrat 5000, thank you very much for stopping by as well. I am System Chalk. I am a variety caster, as you can probably tell from going from Stardew Valley to Stanley Parable to Soma. It's the S series tonight. Pretty good sleepy now. Well, it must be getting late for where you are. It must be probably 2 in the morning. But yeah. So in this case, you don't have any respite from what's chasing you. In this case, you're kind of forced to take a peek at a monitor, a little bit like what would happen if an axe murderer was chasing you right now, right? You can't sit down and read your emails like, oh, hang on, guy, it would be, it'd be impolite to decapitate me while I'm talking with my future manager or something like that. So that's one thing that I think is great about it. The other thing, too, is that you get very invested in these environments, right? So this is one of the other things that's really great about the HPL engine, and I think the reason why Frictional ultimately decided to go for their own engine is, like, when you're in Amnesia, you're actually pulling and pushing open doors, right? You can pick up things and you can throw them, and there's just a little bit more of an investment in this environment in which you're being chased or you're being stalked. Thank you very much for stopping for the follow there, Goldrat. But yeah, I don't know. I think so. The decision to kind of make the monitors a little bit more interactive, I think is I don't think I can make that jump. Nothing venture, nothing gain. And that's what I get for being. Sacre bleu! Is that a machine? Wait, the music actually just got scared. This is probably a bad guy. Yeah, that sound is definitely moving. Oh. Well, that's something. Soma reminds you of Fallout. Oh, graphically. Well, I survived that fall. Move mouse in circles well. Yeah, so this is a great oh, son of a bitch! Oh, that's coming. I have no idea. You don't know that I'm here. You definitely don't want to turn around the corner. Turning around the corner would be a very foolish thing. Ah, you stupid robot. I don't know if I'm really good. Oh. Oh, he's coming to kill me. He is. Yeah, there is no surviving this. Or not. Robots is. By the way, I have to say, when graphics cards start dying, or when when something's downloaded improperly or that, digital glitching in images, I think, is some of the most beautiful kind of accidents that can happen in imagery. I think it absolutely looks fantastic. I love the fact that they incorporated that in the art style of Soma. But yeah, so I don't know if I was unintentionally good there or what, but I wonder if that valve was maybe just there to screw you, robot. I'm wondering if that valve was there just to create some noise and chase me around. When you think about it, that's a really nicely done little segment, right? Because I was talking about this investment in the environment. I go to try and jump over the gap, and I fall in. My guess is that probably the robot came into the room when I fell over the edge, and then I didn't realize it. So I'm like, okay, I got to get out of here, and go up the ladder. And of course, you fall down on the ladder. Like, it's a nice little way of kind of putting you in an arena with something that you can't really take on. and trying to deal with things. So, and then again, like everything, like having to put the effort to turn around the valve and having it break off in your hands and create noise and things like that. I think that's what sort of sells me on Soma and kind of creates this this sense of dread. Nope. I don't know why I do this. I just like lights. Hello, Debbie Swears. So Debbie Swears, we had a little bit of a rough start. I started off with Stardew Valley and made an attempt to be funny by switching into Stanley Parable, and what that resulted in was an extended period of time where I was trying to troubleshoot and just generally failing to accomplish anything. So Stanley Parable was too stuttery for us. I'm gonna have to fix those problems when when I'm off cast, and now we're playing Soma, which I think is a really interesting game. It's R allows me to manipulate objects. There we go. Gotta clean up this broken house. There we go. Everything is all right now. We're on our way to fixing the world's problems. All right. I'm guessing we're in the Upsilon geothermal plant, specifically the southern block. Maybe Sector G, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't think we're in the shuttle station. Alright, well, I mean, it said we needed to go upstairs, so I think there's very obviously only one way up. But let's take a look at the pictures. Amy and Carl, Pathos Buddies. Again, another thing about just interacting with the environment, I just love the fact that you can kind of have these objects, you can sort of tilt them around, move with them. It kind of, I don't know, like I said, to me it sort of makes me invested in the world. I guess one thing about this is I can't like open this book, but I think I'm more bringing that up. Hey, I think I saw that guy in the bottom right hand corner. I think that's more just because I'm thinking about the effects of of interacting with the environment and what that does to me. So you're always interested in watching other games. Only game you play is DayZ though, and you have several in your life. That's fine. I mean, honestly, if DayZ keeps being the gift that keeps on giving, I think you should keep playing it, right? There's no rules saying that you have to play every game in your library. I'd like to do something like that, but not at the expense of like playing the quality stuff in my library. All right, have a good one, Link. I hope you feel better. Thank you very much for the host again, and anybody who's staying from the host, more importantly.
What are you?
Are you blind? It's me, Carl Semkin. Wrangler? Any of this sound familiar to you?
No, actually.
Well, thanks for being so helpful. It's not like I'm knocked out on the floor or anything.
Are you human?
Shit, did my body give it away? I try hard staying a mystery. Yeah, I'm human. Are you?
My name is Simon. Do you know anything about this place?
Oh, you knew. That makes this slightly less weird. Look, I'm obviously hurt. If you see anyone else around, just tell them where I am.
I'm wondering if the glitching is kind of the Soma equivalent of sanity.
Where are you, exactly?
Are you for real? I'm right here. See me waiting? Look at my hands. Hey, buddy.
Okay. I'm just gonna be. I'm not seeing it. I see a machine, a robot talking.
What the hell are you looking at? I'm here. See?
Okay. I just didn't expect you to look like that.
You're really hung up on appearances, you know that?
How did you hurt yourself?
Not sure. Blacked out pretty bad. Can't remember how I got here.
What do you remember then?
I was in the pilot seat, remoting a UH.
UH?
A universal helper. You know, a robot like these things, but livelier. Anyway, I was just dealing with some heat shields and... That's my last clear memory.
You were remote controlling a robot.
We do it all the time. Robots are too on a way to deal with some stuff. Intuition doesn't grow on motherboards, you know?
Did you maybe get trapped in the robot somehow?
Your mind is pretty tightly wired to the helper, but nah, pretty far-fetched.
Listen, I don't want to alarm you, but I think you might be trapped in a robot.
I'm telling you, get your eyes checked. I'm right here. I see both my hands, both my feet. When you remote, all you see is like a video feed from the helper unit. Your own body is entirely out of the picture.
Wait a minute. I don't see my hands or my feet.
See any others? Just let them know where I am. I'm really hurting here. Go get some help. If you see any others, just let them know where I am.
So yeah, my guess here is that whenever you see the glitching, it's a little bit like the sanity meter in Amnesia, just because clearly these things think they're human, and they're trying to set up, at least in that other case, a situation where you're forced to kill this thing that obviously has some kind of sentience, and so I'm assuming it's lockdown process initiated. Check terminal for details, because I know the codes. But it's I don't know, it's a little bit less intense. Like Amnesia, the sound design was specifically designed to make being in the dark as uncomfortable as possible. And Debbie swears, that's actually really neat. I used to do that a little bit with Ark. I kind of wanted to play it with people, but I was on a server where it was like, you know, a whole bunch of like be nice to each other kinds of rules, and then like, you know, somebody decided to take a joke a little bit too far and just like destroyed several hours worth of work.
Oh god, he's dead? He's dead.
Alright, see you, Phantom Klepto. Hey, there's Carl. So ID 722. Hey Carl, good news. I've confirmed that you're a robot.
I'm really hurting here. Go get some help.
I'd say so. But yeah, again, as soon as I come up to Carl, I'm getting the glitching effect. Now, I mean, this could also just mean, like, it sort of seems where this this story's going. Yancey, thank you very much for that host. It could be, I mean, obviously, the fact that it's talking, it starts with a Philip K. Dick quote, and you've got machines that are capable of, you know, feeling like they're human. It's also possible that this is leading towards me being a robot, so in this case, you know, I could just be glitching out myself through that. But, we'll see. Hello, Chris161. I'm going to assume that you've come here through Yancey? Your server's PvE and passwords to players are limited. Makes sense. Alright. Upsilon auto process to Heather Wolchek. Upsilon auto process. The power production has been secured. We've sealed off the factories to keep the plant running. All superfluous systems have been turned off. If anyone ever has to return, know that the power flow regulator is hanging by a thread. If you flip the switch, it's probably a no turning back situation. We're out of here, Carl. Oh, that was a draft. Well, let's send that off. Couldn't establish a link? Well, how much like the stream, he had to go to bed. Yancey, I don't know if you're here because unfortunately my viewer list is obscured by another window. Oh, there you are. Thank you very much for bringing the people in. I really appreciate that. We've had a rough start to the stream, but it's been fun to put together so far. All right, I'm going to hold off on the power manager because I have a feeling that unlocking a door is probably going to trigger some nasty thing to come after me. Chief Factor, Jane Adams, Dispatcher. All right. No other... I don't remember the name of the woman we were talking to earlier, but we didn't learn anything else. And I can log out, but there's no point there. I wonder if Carl's password will let me do anything else. One small gripe about this, I would love it if I could just use the number key to enter in those passwords. Maximum capacity 710 megawatts, production level 60%, frequency 30. Well, okay, so nothing interesting there. Event log: heat shield burnout, flu, turbine overheating, quake disrupts, a plateau channel, lambda blackout, omicron black. Okay, so basically on 2103, January 12th, it looks like there was a big earthquake and it took out 4 bases. Okay, so that's just a graph. So I'm probably going to want to... Insufficient. Okay, shut down one of the highlighted sectors to divert power to the communication centers. Yeah, subs. It's one of the few things this is maybe something I could improve on as a streamer, but the fastest way to get me extremely pissy on stream is to backseat. So thank you for asking. I actually really appreciate that. I wish more people would do that, but if I need it, I'll definitely ask, because I know most backseating comes from people wanting to share the experience, but the big thing for me is that there's already so many costs to streaming. The one thing I don't want to do is lose the opportunity of having these first experiences of the game myself. Even if it means that I look like a moron, I'd much rather look like a moron to people than lose the opportunity to experience a game. So, Theta, turn around. We sealed Upsilon to keep it working. Don't fuck it up. Azero, Carl was not my fault. Ah, Amy. 073. It's such a good looking game. It's almost like it doesn't want me to flood the place. Yes, I mean, so spoilers aren't a big problem for me in the sense that, like, if it's a good story, I'm going to appreciate the good story. I completely forgot her number, 0735. If it's a good story, I'm going to appreciate it no matter whether or not I know the twist that's coming. But on the other hand, like, to give you the most extreme case, I play a game called Crusader Kings 2. I've got easily over 500 hours inside of that game, and whenever I stream it, I can say with some degree of certainty that somebody's going to come by and try and tell me how to play the game. It is one of the most obnoxious things. It actually makes me... It's one of the things that people know me for streaming, and it makes me never want to stream the game again. It's incredibly obnoxious, especially because the one time I did actually use some advice from chat, I lost the fight. I said, well, that was a learning experience for the both of us, and the guy got mad at me for not doing the exact thing that he asked me to do. And I was like, that's it. Never again. It's not Twitch Plays Crusader Kings. And without fail, every single time somebody's come in and tried to tell me how to play a game, it's ruined the stream. And yeah, so spoiling I think is dumb. I think it's douchebaggy behavior. It's like, I know something that you don't, and I'm going to make sure that you know that fact. But telling people how to play a game, I think, is one of the worst things that can happen on Twitch. Not that I, want to load my argument or anything. I have played Machine for Pigs. I'm not a huge fan of the company The Chinese Room, but I definitely felt like the game itself, A Machine for Pigs, was, I think, a little over-condemned. I can see why people were annoyed with it, but I don't think people were... Like, there's a lot of people who say that game sucked, and I think it's very unfair to say that about the game. So Chris, the basically the story behind this game is we were an individual who was I'm just going to run around the area and admire all the good-looking environments. So the story behind this game is basically we were in a car accident. We went in for kind of a brain scan with this new experimental procedure that would kind of make a model of our, I guess our brain, our nervous system, and it would sort of iterate over a bunch of different treatment options. Oh, you know what I can do? I can check out the new ID. And once we entered in, Chris161, thank you very much for that follow. But basically, so we wake up and we're in this area. This is actually not too far into the game. So we've had contact with a human being, somebody who's told us to get to the comm level. So this is on the upper level, which I'm kind of taking my time to get to. But basically, if you've ever played a game like Amnesia or something like that, it is a little bit of a survival horror game. I don't see a lot of horror yet. But basically, the idea here is that you're going to run around this environment, you're going to interact with it, you're going to try and, one, figure out what's going on. I think there's a very high probability that's what's happened is we're going... Like, what could be happening right now is this could be a little bit like, I don't know, a lot of movies that do this, which is this is actually the process of undergoing the treatment that I'm kind of experiencing the inside of my head as, you know, as this treatment is undergoing. Or it could be that my consciousness has been downloaded as part of it. Like, this is claiming that it's like 100 years in the future. So that for whatever reason, this consciousness was saved and uploaded in some kind of a body or something like that. All that we know right now, though, is that I've woken up in a strange location. I'm running into robots that seem to think that they're human beings. And there are these odd creatures that are sort of walking around... sort of not really chasing me, but obviously, thank you very much for the follow, Simple Zombie. But yeah, I don't know. So it's okay to not really know what's going on because the game is sort of set up that way. Yeah, exactly. And like one of the other things I was saying, Chris, one of the things that kind of sells this game is, again, there's a lot of interactivity with the environment, so you get very invested. I don't know, there's a lot of ambiguity about this, but I think there's a very high probability that this is the case, because it starts off with a Philip K. Dick quote, and that's a very common trope that you'll see inside of his games, or inside of his books, but I don't know, we'll see. Alright, to Heather Wolchuk, Epsilon Auto Process. We've managed to link most backup turbos and activate all the generators. Epsilon should be able to produce power for at least a decade before we start burning through the flues. The bad news is that the machines are getting worse. We've tried to come up with a way to shut them down, but considering the insane amount of units at Epsilon, it's not looking good. Seriously worried that they could disrupt the power production when we leave. Ideas? Amy Azaro. From Heather Wolchuk, subject Epsilon Auto Process. Good job. Try to get all the backup turbos running and cut production to 60%. With all the evacuations, we can survive on a low, steady hum. No need to strain the system. We should be able to get to 20 to 25 years of production before we have to fall back on the turbos. The robots are getting increasingly erratic all over Pathos too, and unfortunately there's no universal kill switch. Seeing how we won't return to Epsilon, we could try sealing off sectors to prevent the helpers from getting into the sensitive areas. Wolchuk. Interesting. Okay. So this is another possibility, right? If we're a robot, it could be that we're actually we're a robot that has been unjustly locked in. Oh, okay, cool. Unjustly locked into this this location. I hope the game isn't too dark for you guys. I really don't like mucking... Well, the gamma is something that would only affect my computer anyway, but I really do not... I think there's a tendency for people, especially when streaming, to make the game too bright. I think it's one of the biggest ways you can cheat yourself. Okay, there's nothing here. Is to make these games too bright, because obviously, you know, you guys don't need me to tell you about the fear of the unknown. The CCRV-7 black box. The black box is a precision instrument designed to observe your overall condition. It measures a wide range of data from body temperature to brainwave activity. This information is constantly relayed to Pathos 2 Warden Unit, WAU, so the station can provide you with the appropriate climate for every situation. For optimum performance, please follow the auto-injector instructions carefully and make sure the implant is properly applied. Supposed to break this thing open? Nope. It just looks fancy. Now I have... Okay, I'm just going to take a second here and see if I can find this... Okay, so if I push tab, I get that icon. You know what? I'm sure I'll get it in options. I just got to learn the controls again. Oh, I do have a flashlight. Oh, okay, so... I'm assuming my inventory is context sensitive then? So if I can't use this multi-tool on it, then it's just not going to let me use it. No, and it implied I had a flashlight, but I haven't picked it up yet. How you doing, Nate? Yeah, well, I mean, Chris, there's the possibility because the robot we just talked to introduced himself as Carl Semkin, which is obviously right here, although he doesn't have a beard.
Did you get the final backup turbos going?
Everything is wired evenly. We've hedged our bets as much as we possibly can.
So that's it? Enough power to run Pathos 2 until the next apocalypse. We're ready to go.
I really hope we didn't mess anything up. I don't want to have to come back here again.
Relax, it's over. We're going to Theta.
Maybe we should seal more blocks. I don't trust the helpers to let this place run in peace.
We've sealed everything. Everything from the barracks to the comm center. If anyone ever sets their foot here again, they're going to have a hell of a time getting around.
Okay, so I don't want to be caught by one of those things. Simple Zombie, it's possible. The game is quite ambiguous in terms of what exactly is going on, but I have a suspicion that everything will be revealed by the end. I don't even know why I click on these things. It just looks cool. Okay, the game saved. Something terrible is about to happen to me. Read this! We strain the system. If you pull the lever, there's no turning back. Make sure you want it bad enough. Oh, I want it bad enough. I'm not going to love this. You're okay, you found out that things are not going to work. Hang on, things are not going to work out? You're doing okay and found out that things are not going to work out, so that's great. Oh, I'm going to love... Okay, sorry. I don't quite follow your other... that sounded like something bad happened to you, Nate. please let me know if it did. But yeah, this definitely seems like my kind of game. Both from kind of the horror perspective, but also from the... wait, I hear a heartbeat. Whoop! But, yeah, I mean, I also really like science fiction, right? Especially kind of, you know, the science fiction that's about ideas rather than, you know, just a setting for, like, fancy spaceships or something like that. Any hole is a goal? I don't know, Jesse Cole, you tell me. Okay, so there's got to be something I can do to pull that thing away from its patrol. Or I can just try getting upstairs. Right. That's a lot of noise. Yeah, I'm not crazy about this this hiding spot. At least the comm center's open. Ain't nothing going on here, friend. Oh crap. Oh crap. What's up, buddy? Can it see me? Not very clever, are you? Oh, yep, we're screwed. Well, being damaged definitely doesn't make this game a lot more difficult. You know what, let's just run like hell. Limp like hell. Yeah, I mean, Chris, I have to assume all of this is very, very intentional on the part of the game. One problem that you had with this game is that part of its horror relies on the player having certain fears that you don't have personally, but yeah, I mean, so like, the big thing for me is that I don't feel the need to be scared during games like this. Like, I like the ride. So, alright, so I have... So it looks like I'm kind of getting better already, but I'm really curious if I... So it seems like I didn't die. It seems like I just take a lot of damage from these things. But I'm kind of curious if I get restored by clicking on one of these. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure how I was supposed to escape. Oh yeah, okay, so maybe a healing section? But yeah, I can definitely say I don't quite know how I was supposed to handle that differently. I mean, I went for the nearest available hiding spot, and it kind of found me. I guess I could have gone down the second corridor, or second area, but I kind of feel like I was screwed either way. Alright. New York, status offline. Last contact 2103 January 10th at 7:24 in the evening. Jonesy, the office is closing down and everyone is being evacuated. From everyone here, I want to say it's been an honor working with you at Upsilon. Godspeed and good luck with the apocalypse. Okay, this is a neat thing. This is the second time they referred to it as an apocalypse. So the funny thing is that apocalypse, if you think about like the last book of the Bible, the Revelation, apocalypse is actually a reference to a revelation, to a, you know, the sort of information, gaining understanding of things. Now, apocalyptic literature definitely does, you know, deal with kind of end times sort of things, but they're usually, like, the genre is not, you know, we're going to predict the end of the world or something like that. It's a set of imagery designed to communicate a certain point. So again, like the Book of Revelation, if you believe like a Southern Baptist or something like that, you get this idea, it's like, hey, you know, this is the action movie that happens at the end of the world. But if you look, and sorry guys, I don't mean to turn this into theology, but it's probably the most well-known example of apocalyptic literature. That or like the Book of Daniel, but that's the Bible too, right? So in this case, like you look at the opening words of it, the revelation of Christ, right? In this case, there's an entire reading of that which has nothing to do with the Jerry Falwell kind of like, you're gonna look out your window and you're gonna see like 4 dudes on horseback just fucking shit up. The whole point of apocalyptic literature is to communicate a larger point through this kind of imagery. So it's really interesting. I mean, it's part of the language now, right? People usually refer to the end of the world as the apocalypse, but I've always been a little uncomfortable with that because the word actually has so much meaning behind it. I'm not so bad with the idea of like Armageddon, because that's like the reference to the final battle. Obviously that refers to a specific place in the Middle East, Megiddo, but at least in the case of Armageddon, like you're talking about a world-ending conflict. So if somebody says, you know, if the Soviets and the US, you know, had launched the nukes at each other, we would have had Armageddon. Obviously there's poetic license that's being used there, which is, you know, okay, it's maybe not happening in Megiddo, but, you know, it's the end of the world as we know it, and we don't feel fine. But when we say good luck with the apocalypse, there's not necessarily a revelation behind that. So I'm always a little, I don't know, it's the, you know, it's the pedant in me that keeps saying stuff like, you know, oh, I kind of wish somebody would use a different word just because apocalypse has so much other meaning. Anyways, I don't think that's the Bermuda Triangle. I don't think the Bermuda Triangle runs the entire distance of the Atlantic Ocean. I'm just such a great speaker. The way that I referred to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse fucking shit up. Alright, update on the... Oh, sorry. Libsyn is offline January 12th at 4:52 in the evening. Update on the defense measurements. Final efforts by the global community to prevent collision has failed. Okay, so is this maybe a meteorite strike? Pathos 2 should make any final efforts to deal with the inevitable quake following impact. Estimated time for impact, 5:13. I wonder if there's any... Okay, so there's a big cluster of green pins. London status offline, last contact at noon on January the 11th. Dear Miss Vigdis Johnstottir, that's not an English name. It is with great sadness that I have to inform you that the office will close and can no longer support Upsilon and Pathos 2. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, your supervisor Jane Adams, and the rest of the staff. You are a terrific group, and it's with great confidence that I say, where we fall, you will surely carry on with bravery. Sincerely, System Director James Bloom. Okay, so this might be... So if it's something like an asteroid impacting the Earth, maybe it's all underwater so that we can survive... so we don't have to worry about any of the effects in the atmosphere. Cadiz Auxiliary, status offline at 5:12 in the morning. Oh, wait a minute. 4 o'clock would have been in the morning. Where was that? Yeah, that's 4:52 in the morning. So 5:02 a.m. on January the 12th. Jonesy, I know you have a much better chance for survival, but we have a better view. Salute. Little gallows humor. Alright, so I guess I have to start talking to this dame, huh? Corrupted data detected, restore files, yes. Partial data recovery successful.
Jonesy, how's the evac coming along?
We got everything we need to move, but we can't leave the plant without supervision. Adams decided to leave Amy, Asaro, and Kalsanka to execute the automatization process.
And I bet they're thrilled about it.
I just wanted to let you know we're on schedule, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, I'll pass on the whole check.
I guess it's probably better if I turn on subtitles for you guys, right? I think that's deliberately a little hard to hear, but... what's the difference between subtitles and closed caption?
Jonesy, lovely morning for an evac, am I right?
It will do. I wanted to introduce you to Amy and Cal. They'll be doing the talking as soon as I leave for Theta. Say hello.
Hey, Theta.
Hello.
Hey, guys. I'm Peter Strasky, dispatcher at Theta. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
I suppose that's it. I'll see you real soon, when we arrive.
Oh, I think there was more to that.
Lovely morning for an evac, am I right?
It will do. I wanted to introduce you to Amy and Co. They'll be doing the
fair enough.
talking as soon as I leave for Theta. Say hello.
Hey, Theta.
Hello.
Hey, guys. I'm Peter Strasky, dispatcher at Theta. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
I suppose that's it. I'll see you real soon, when we arrive.
All right, Jonesy. Have a safe trip.
Jessica says that closed captioning is like breathing intensifies.
Hey, hello? Theta?
Upsilon, what's up?
We could really use direct contact with Heather. Site service engineer Wolchek.
Direct links are almost impossible to establish. The Lumar relays are basically junk at this point. You can send messages via the comm center, and if you want, I'm pretty much always here, ready to relay anything by hand. I know it's a shitty system, but it's all that works right now.
Alright, we just have to make do. Catch you later. Hello? Peter, was it?
I'm here. What's up?
We're getting out. I just want to tell you that I'm going to seal the comm center now, so this is definitely the last you'll hear from us. If we don't show up in the next couple of hours, send in the cavalry.
Hang on. What's happening? It's still the same plan, right?
Yep. We'll head for the shuttle and ride it directly to Theta.
Okay, good. I'll rally the troops for a welcome party.
That I like to hear.
What, no music? Come on, man. Sorry guys, there's a bug on my monitor. Alright. Let's talk to the milady. Lumar link broken. Manual input required. So she was on Lambda. This is neat. See, okay, so this is an example of a puzzle that I like. It's very intuitive as soon as you're in there in terms of what you have to do.
Hey, are you there? I found the dome ceiling.
Oh, that's better. Simon, was it?
Jarrett, Simon Jarrett.
Hi, Simon. I'm Catherine. Have you figured out what's going on yet?
Me? I was hoping you'd have some answers.
I probably have some. What do you want to know?
Where to even begin? I mean, what is this place? How did I get here? And why do the robots talk like they're people?
Well, you're at Upsilon, clearly. Have you never been there before? Where did you work?
The Grimoire in Toronto. Is that really important?
No, I mean, where did you work at Pathos 2?
I don't know what that is.
That's unexpected. Did you come directly from Toronto?
Yeah, I did. And it was very unexpected.
Have you seen any people? Like staff or field technicians?
Only robots, crazy ones.
This is all so strange.
You're telling me.
Hello, milady.
What was that? Whoa!
What's going on?
I think this place is about to collapse. What do I do?
Simon, come to Lambda.
How do I get there?
What, swim?
There are shuttle trains connecting all the sites. Find one and come here. I'll wait for you.
Shit! Where should I? Oh, fuck!
And that's the game. Yeah, so Chris, actually, MAD would refer to the strategy employed, and there's, so my background is in economics. One thing that's kind of funny is that a lot of people associate, so there's a lot of development in terms of game theory that was happening around the time, and a lot of people...
What the hell? How is this possible?
Nope.
This is insane!
Well, at least I've seen my hands. Can I not swim? Alright, so that's definitely a big point. I mean, unless I'm wearing a swimsuit, which seems very unlikely. That's definitely a big point on the I'm a robot column. I'm sure this is a very simple puzzle that I'm just not figuring out. Also, the fact that I'm not drowning is not a bad indicator. But, oh, God. I'm a moron. I mean, on the other hand, this is a pretty anthropomorphized robot. It's definitely unlike all the other stuff that we've seen inside the game, so... I was gonna say, Nate, it was interesting to look at. I should caution you that I had actually talked with Jess about getting some art done for the project. That's what, for the channel. That's what she's referring to. So
Find the shuttle to Lambda.
I'm very hesitant to make any commitments in terms of using stuff that people make for me, because I don't want, like, I'm at a point now, if more than one person is making something for me, I'm gonna have to disappoint somebody. But if they're good exercises for you, I really appreciate that. And it's, I thought they looked nice. Like they're kind of cool. The one thing I would caution, at least for me, it's very important to me that I not use other people's IP without permission. So I don't know if that planet that you created was something that you did on your own or if it's something that you picked up. So for instance, the galaxy background that I have is a public domain image from NASA. And so in that case, that's something that I would have the rights to use. And so one of the things that I have to be kind of clear on in terms of people who, you know, are considering any kind of art or something like that is that it can't use other people's work without their express permission. But yeah, so Chris, sorry about that, Chris. I just had some game events. So a lot of the game theory work that people were, people talk about. By the way, it does sound like I'm in some kind of breathing apparatus. So it's just weird that I'd be wearing a swimsuit all over the place. But yeah, please don't let that discourage you, Nate. I like them. I actually really appreciate that you did that. I also just want to manage expectations a little bit. I know it says there's a shuttle over here, but I really want to see this underground. This is the thing I actually really like about Soma. Like, the underwater areas really are something else. And they do a nice job, like, giving you these options over here. Like, it looks nice. It doesn't actually let you do anything. You know, you're stuck on that path. But, it kind of does this nice effect of making it seem like the sea, like the sea is really vast and that you really could just walk on forever if you wanted. Okay, well, I'll explain what game theory is in a second, Phantom Klepto. But in any case, so a lot of people, because there were these developments in game theory going on, a lot of people attribute the MAD doctrine with game theory, right? Because it says, well, what we're going to do is we're going to create a deterrent which is so horrible that they wouldn't dream of using that on us. But there's actually very little evidence to suggest that that was a game theoretic conclusion, and I believe there are some game theorists who would actually say that that's not a good strategy. That employing MAD is not the way to go. Oh, I was wrong. So this isn't the way that I need to walk. Let's just head towards the lights. But yeah, in the case of MAD, so MAD would be referring to the doctrine. It would refer to the strategy in terms of what you would actually call the event. I don't know if there was a specific unit for that, but one thing that is kind of fun from the Cold War, there's a concept which I used in my cost-benefit analysis class, known as the statistical value of a human life. And actually, if you can just give me a second here, guys, I'm going to Alt-Tab out, because this article is available for free. I think it's a really fun one, because it has a fun little bit of trivia. But the statistical value of a human life, just a second, Journal Economic Perspectives, statistical value, human life, Cold War. There you go. So basically, the statistical value of a human life says, okay, so if you were to see somebody, let's say they were, okay, so like, let's say you were working some kind of construction, like you had a harness on you, there was no concern that you would fall over the edge, but somebody's harness broke, they're dangling on the edge, and you are the only person in range to save them before they fall over the edge. I don't think any reasonable person would do anything but save this other person, right? And likewise, if you had, let's say it's a family member or something like that, and this could be, some terrible disease, this could be, any kind of tragedy that you could imagine, you would put more or less anything towards preserving that life. You would spare no expense to save them. And this is a known human life. So this isn't just, the family case is a little more complicated because obviously you're talking about relationships with individuals. But another example would be like back in not back in history, but okay, I'm actually gonna have to. Okay, I'll just walk around the environment and look at it, but I'm not gonna do any more story stuff until I finish this idea. But the basically the idea. I actually just want to see how far I can go outside of the designated areas now that I know this is the right area. There was this case where there was like a mine that collapsed with in Chile with some miners inside. It was like a big, really well-known news story. And at no point did you see a politician or an accountant like put out like a linear programming chart or something like that and say, okay, well, it's going to cost this much to excavate, and guys, it's just too expensive, sorry, Carlos, fuck you, or something like that. Like, nobody would even imagine doing something like that. A known human life is basically invaluable to us. It's, there's no dollar value that anybody assigns, and I don't think anybody's trying to say, your body is worth $2.6 million or something like that. However, this is actually a problem that we need to address. We actually need to come up with some kind of dollar value once we start thinking about policy options. And here's what I mean by this. In my province, BC, we've got something known as the Coquihalla Highway. It's a highway that goes from Vancouver to, a few other areas kind of in the interior. It saves a lot of time. It's a wonderful project. It's definitely in the public interest to have this highway. Now, the next thing, there's a certain cost associated with building and maintaining this highway. The next step is, how do you, what are all the extras you want to put in? For instance, on certain areas that might be slightly more dangerous, do you want to put guardrails up? These guardrails, unquestionably, over the life of the highway, which is going to be decades, will save a life, right? Somebody's going to fall asleep at the wheel. Somebody's going to be driving too fast. It's going to be icy. Any number of these things can happen. And having that guardrail up is going to mean the difference between this person losing their life in a car accident and somebody maybe only sustaining minor injuries. Or another example, regulation on air quality. I mean, if you want a horrible example, think about Beijing, which is really bad. But even something minor, right? Like, let's think about New York. And if you have respiratory problems, on the margin, saying that this level of pollution is okay, but this level isn't. Any bar that you set is going to mean, all right, Pie of Reckoning, we'll see you. Well, we won't see you, but thanks a lot for stopping by. I hope you enjoy it. But basically, if you any number that you set that's bigger than 0, there's going to be some point where somebody's life is shortened because of the low air quality, right? This could be somebody very elderly. This could be, a baby that's just born with, with really bad lungs or something like that. But unquestionably, over the life of this policy, somebody is going to die. But we don't know who, right? So as economists, we're looking to maximize the social welfare from these policies. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that we don't know who, right? There's going to be somebody who dies as a result of this, but we don't know the individual person. If we knew the individual person, we very likely would not do it, right? So like if somebody, you know, put a gun in my hand and said, you need to decide which of these two people to shoot, I don't really know if I could do that. That's a known human life to me, right? Even if my own life was on the line, there's a certain side of me that says, you know what, that's fine. It is not in my constitution to kill because somebody's put my own life at stake. I don't, you know, again, nobody can really know how they'll behave in a situation like that. But I'd like to think that I hold to principles in such a point that if somebody just threatened me, you know, to terminate an innocent life, I would have the moral conviction to, you know, to prevent that. And again, this is a known human life. I can see this person in front of me. I can see their suffering. I can see the consequences of my action. In the case of a policy, you don't. And yet there is no ambiguity that by not putting up that guardrail or by allowing a certain level of pollution that somebody is going to die. There's actually going to be more than one person that dies from that. And so, as an economist, you want to assign a value to this. And so this is what's given rise to a concept known as the statistical value of a human life. It's not necessarily that we're saying, you know, you Jesse Quill or you Chris 161 knows, you know, this is how much you're worth, but we're just saying that these unknown lives which will be the cost of this policy, this is the value that we assign to it, and this is how we determine whether or not the policy is a good one. And if you take a look at that article, it actually says that the origins of the statistical value of a human life actually come from these determinations of Cold War strategy. And there's a couple of really funny little bits about these eggheads at RAND, like being really impressed with their computations. They bring it to the Defense Department, and they're absolutely apoplectic with the results that they get. It's actually a pretty funny story. But in any case, that was a really long and roundabout way. But the game theory behind MAD is potentially not that's not a very robust assertion. It seems like it's one of those things, but I don't think you can actually give the evidence in saying that game theory led to mutual assured destruction. But you definitely can say that there were Cold War origins to a couple of very important economic concepts. So it might actually be the other way around. Yancey, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm sorry that turned into an impromptu econ lecture, but I hope that was interesting to you. I will click on this item in a quick second, but I do also owe Phantom Klepto an answer in terms of what game theory is. So game theory is kind of a set of mathematical insights, a number of proofs, so there's a few concepts. It defines what a game is. You kind of have a set of actions that you can take, a certain number of players, and probably the one thing that a lot of people know from it is an idea known as Nash equilibrium. So if you've seen a movie called A Beautiful Mind, starring Russell Crowe and Jennifer Connelly, this is about the guy who gave rise to Nash equilibrium and made many great insights to game theory, although some people would say that the origins of it go as far back as John von Neumann and Augustin Cournot. But was it Augustin Cournot? It's Cournot is definitely his last name. I'm not 100% on his first name. But in any case, it is a formal way of building up sort of the actions. You have players, you have preferences, and you have actions that they can take, and basically you create a series of conditions under which these games are played. Does everybody have perfect information? Is there imperfect information? Do they take turns? And it's a way of modeling human behavior in a way that will lead you to certain insights of what the outcomes will be. And it has nothing to do with video games, although, as we've talked about in this War of Mine, it can actually lead to some very interesting insights in terms of how some games can be very effective in communicating certain ideas.
Come in, Theta. You better answer me, Strasky. Come on!
Amy, where are you?
The fields. I had to leave.
Is Carl with you?
It all went to hell.
Hold on. You got the power automated, right? The plant is safe? We need the power to keep the sites running.
Oh, fuck the power! Fuck you, Strasky! The machines killed Carl.
Oh, shit. All right, calm down. It'll be okay. Can you get back to Theta?
Yeah. I think so. I'll head for the shuttle, the Aux.
Good luck, Amy. Rooting for you.
Fuck the power. So this is kind of interesting, actually. We're following up. I know I spent a lot of time talking, so that's obviously the other individual who saw Carl die. The creepy music tells me that I... Well, yeah, it's just, I mean, what they're saying there is just simply the fact that if you have, you know, the discounted value of your, so what you want to do is you want to discount for each year that you have ahead of you. And so clearly if I only have 1 year of life left, you know, by necessity, if we value, you know, if we say we value each year of life from some positive amount, like obviously there are lots of people who say that there are certain points where life isn't worth living. But all that's simply saying is that, you know, because you not everybody is of the same age, you want to make sure that you're counting properly. That it's not fair to say that, like, I guess the big thing here is that people keep talking about everybody keeps talking about the Brexit and how, I think it's looking the wrong direction. You know, how the elderly voted one way and the youth voted another one. You know, there is a certain argument to be made that the consequences of a Brexit will be felt for a longer period of time by the youth. Although, you know, there's a very interesting argument that's kind of implicit in that, saying is like, does this mean that we should no longer have a system where, you know, you get one vote, right? Does this mean that young people should get more votes than the elderly, right? Should we be giving 5-year-olds the vote because obviously they're going to have a much longer time to live with the consequences than 25-year-olds? So, you know, I get it, and I think there's some truth behind what people are implying by those observations. But it's also important to keep in mind that, you know, if you follow that logic to its conclusion, you get a very different picture of democracy than what I think a lot of people are comfortable with. All right, let's free little robot bro. Please don't kill me. Does this thing just meander around for a bit, or does it... Oh, it's probably going to light my way because I don't see any more of those towers. Anyway, sorry guys, there's not a lot of economics for me to talk about in Soma. Hang on, is there an invisible wall here? No, it's not an invisible wall. I know there's not a lot of economics for me to talk about in Soma, but the MAD came up in conversation, so it gave me a chance to flex my intellectual muscle. I hope that wasn't too masturbatory. I hope that stuff was interesting to you guys. If it wasn't, I'm sorry. I won't. I'll try to rate it in a little bit. But the talk about MAD kind of reminded me of. Wait, I saw it. There's an enemy somewhere. Okay, you know what? I'm just running ahead on my own. Okay, there's definitely something trying to kill me in the area. I just hope I'm not heading towards it. Oh yeah, so it is waiting for my lead. More Upsilon. What you heard when you say that it's true, we do value longer lives rather than elderly because younger people have more life left to live than elderly people. That's why it's... we'd legit kill ourselves to save a child's life. Well, I mean... I might contest that. Excuse me. So, for instance, you know, let's... If we were to reduce it down to 2 people, you know, there's a child... Like, so let's just go straight up and say, like, an infant or something like that, right? There's only enough food for a, you know, an adult, and the infant. Which is, I mean, that's a weird situation to be in. But, you know, bear with me. Like, there's some way of nourishing one or the other. And somebody says, you know, I'm going to do the noble thing, and I am going to save the infant's life. And by doing so, that means I sacrifice mine because, you know, and that you could be 25, you could be 40, you could be 90. Now the thing is that the infant can't take care of itself. By your death, by necessity, means that the infant's life is exterminated as well. And so, in that case, you can sort of say, you know, I'm not entirely sure we would sacrifice our life for an infant in all of the situations. And that one's a little bit easy. That's a very pragmatic case, where it's like, well, both of them are going to die, so... But no, I can actually think of a few cases where somebody may not necessarily make that decision. Think of how many military tanks do you think were... I'm sorry, I was babbling too much and then I got turned around, so let's see... well, this is probably a good indicator. This is actually really... I suspect probably there was a... they had people like me getting lost. And that's why they added these lampposts, so that you could kind of know what direction you were going. This is probably really stupid to be following this thing. Jump up. Oh, that's right, Jessica. I keep forgetting that you've actually probably played this to completion, haven't you? I think the game's telling me something here. Nope, it's just messing with me. Oh god! Is it blind, or is it just messing with me like the like the big fellow? Alright, well, didn't catch me, so that's good. Yeah, I'm almost certain that those light towers were added in to orient people. Shuttle station.
Well, thanks, little guy.
What should you call me? Call me Daddy. You can call me Susan if it makes you happy. I go by System Chalk, or System, or Chalk, or you prick, or lover. No, I have no preferences for address other than something that is clear that you're speaking to me. Oh god, Susan Chalk actually works.
Where did I get a flashlight?
Alright, that's another... This is either a very sophisticated swimsuit, or I'm a robot. That's fine by me, Chris. I'll drop the 161 if you don't mind.
Strasky, come in, Theta. What? I can't. Where are you now? Strasky, I'm at the shuttle, but it's not looking good. The lights flicker like mad. I think the power regulator is broken. I have to fix it. I don't want to get stranded halfway to Theta. What was that? I can't hear you. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Somehow.
Yeah, that's my feeling, Subs. It's just, the only thing is that they, the revelation of the suit likely would have also involved the revelation of the flashlight. So the fact that I'm suddenly just magically discovering this flashlight, which I never saw before, gives me a little bit of pause. But like, it's not the smoking gun. There are definitely better arguments for the I'm a robot hypothesis. This is fine.
Jesus Christ! What the hell?
See? Told you it was fine. Just keep pumping and 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 ah! Alright, I'm done. I have no idea what you're talking no idea what you're talking about, Nate. It's an evil sphincter, you put one finger in and Jesus Christ. Hey lady! How you doing?
Hey, are you?
Don't hurt me!
Can I help?
It won't let me die. Nothing is allowed to die.
What happened?
An accident. Fixing the power. I was going to Theta.
Anything I can do?
If you see Masters or Holland, tell them I need help. Okay? Amy needs help.
Am I not allowed to talk to you anymore? Yeah. She is very resilient. Alright, so I have a feeling this is going to be like one of these moral dilemma things where like I'm not going to be able to get power at the that thing back there. I don't want to look at you when I do this.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I want to go home.
Yeah, it's just, Alright, tell you what, I'll put you out of your suffering. Yeah. Let's see if I can open the door. You know, just let her kind of live in this state of undeath. Alright, you know, just kind of have fun back there, lady. Alright, the Pathos 2 floodable airlock. Double to pump, X2. ×2. Multi-purpose cleaner, 1. Valve pack, 5. Gaskets, 10. A single impact wrench, and 4 adaptable pipes. I feel safer already.
Shuttle J6 activated. Warning, unreliable power. Proceed with caution.
I just made it reliable. Hit it! I guess we're going to Lambda. Well, chat, we've got 2 minutes together. Oh, never mind. In-flight movie.
Way to the stars. What started as a thermal mining operation in the 60s has now become home to the Omega Space Gun, the world's most affordable way to launch satellites and deep space probes. Our unique Atlantic Ocean location allows for this gigantic coil gun, running longer than a marathon, to safely launch projectiles without risk of damaging the payload with risky combustion. The station spans multiple sites and has a diverse staff of engineers and scientists. Together they are
Is that Carl?
assemble and launch the world's most sophisticated spacecrafts. In addition to our principal operation, Pathos 2 is also the home for multiple research projects within the marine sciences, including hydroculture, turbulence, and deep-sea construction.
I was into hydroculture before it was mainstream.
Lambda is Pathos 2's shipping dock and transportation hub. There you will be able to find shuttle trains leading to all the other parts of the station.
Alright, do you remember all that exposition, chat? I was busy tooling around looking at other stuff. I am not at all worried about... I am slightly worried about that. I am increasingly worried about that. I'm sure I'll be fine. I am not fine. I'm okay. My tool. Wasn't it like John Oliver who kind of said this whole, it's like, oh yeah, I saw that iceberg coming, drove through it anyway. I mean, sure, I've got a whole bunch of static, which means that there's probably going to be some murderer coming to get me. Oh, no, it stopped. See you later, murderer, wherever you are. Oh, for God's sake. Sorry, guys, my pop filter keeps whacking the microphone. This is just because it's on a loose screw. Loose screw. Reminds me of my weekends. Hello?
Simon, are you there?
Catherine, is that you? I was on my way, but then the shuttle train, it fucking crashed.
Are you alright? The system says the section is sealed for a suspected hull breach.
No, I'm not alright. What the hell happened to the world? Why are we underwater?
Well, you're really out of place, aren't you? Look, don't worry about that right now. I realize you're confused, but you're so close to Lambda. If you just keep going.
How close? Can I walk there?
Yeah, but the tunnel is locked off to protect the overall structure from collapsing. What you need to find is your section's maintenance hatch. It'll lead outside.
Maintenance hatch. No problem.
What is that? What's going on out there? I gotta go. See you soon, Simon.
I think I may love you, Catherine.
Catherine? You okay?
Aha! Kind of want to know. I don't think everybody knows. Anybody watching? I can't do it when you watch. Well, that didn't work. Nobody tell Frictional I'm playing this game. I have a feeling they're gonna revoke my key. I'm not taking this very serious work of art seriously enough.
Here we go again.
I survived last time. Beat me up, Scotty. I wonder if it's possible to get knocked unconscious by the ladder. You know, somebody did an odd shot of me, and it was like me failing to articulate a point in the middle of Life is Strange. Like, I don't know if it was designed to, like, make me feel bad about my rhetorical abilities, or if it was just somebody trying out odd shot, but it's one of the strangest it's literally the only thing of me on odd shot, and I feel very weird about it.
I mean, really, how big can this ocean be?
The ocean is very large, Simon. I know you're brain damaged, but come on, man. I'm assuming you saw what I wrote on Facebook. Did... Yeah, like, that's the thing for me, is I really want to know why they highlighted that particular moment. It's not funny, it's not insightful, it's just me, like, failing to make a point. It's just, like, it sounds like me speaking a bunch of gibberish. Which is more or less 80% of the stream anyway. But I don't know, I'll drop, like, linear programming again, or Bellman equations, ooh. Optimal control, ah. I actually probably do more empirics, so that I don't really know those things. I'm especially bad at optimal control, but fortunately I have some MATLAB packages that'll do that for me, so. Most at 70%. I'm sorry, guys. Is this whole, like, nice voice thing you guys keep telling me that it doesn't... It's like, I really don't have any idea what you're saying. It just... I like the sound of it, so... Yeah, like, I have no idea what the fuck that clip's supposed to be about. Chris, I am in Pacific time, so it's about, midnight? Half after midnight? Half past midnight, I guess is the... 1/2 hour. It is actually specifically 21 minutes past midnight. Is this going to be another one of those foundational moments that that Klepto's talking about. Foundational element, rather. How you doing, Blassie? Good to see you again. I don't know what's making that noise, but it's certainly not me, robot. No, no, no! Don't go around the corner. Oh God! He knows. Yeah, I actually kind of feel bad, like, bringing it up, because everybody gets to see how bad I can sound out of context. Well, the one shame is, Chris, I'm actually going to be, moving across the country in about a month's time. So I'm basically, I'm going to have a new position at my nation's statistical agency, and that involves me moving to the capital. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. Like, I kind of wish it was possible to remove odd shots, because I'd rather not have that moment immortalized. Adam, that's like the thing that you take out of the splicers so that you can like use your superpowers, right? I don't know. I wish I could see the odd shots of the things that you're hiding from me. There's apparently, so actually here's the thing, guys. Apparently there was one odd shot clip of something that Jesse Quill said about well, Melee Mage, the good news is that I won't work in what's known as production. I'm gonna work in a unit that's...
Catherine?
Be quiet! Don't look at it!
Don't look at what? I won't look at it. Walking away. Oh crap. Oh, you know what? This is gonna be just like that last time. Yeah, Melee Mage, so I don't actually work in... I don't actually work in... or I won't work in production. It's gonna be the economic analysis unit, so it's a lot more about helping researchers access some of the private data and some of the just the stuff that's really useful but really expensive to use. And obviously that's the unit that produces some of those reports that you can read from statistics. Incidentally, if you go to the Statistics Canada website, there are actually reports on the state of Canada which are intended to be something that average citizens can read. Like, obviously they're written by economists, so there's going to be a little bit of technical language, but not... as Catherine a rope...
Down here.
Hello, my lady.
No, not you too. I was really hoping you were human.
Don't let the circuitry fool you. I was human once.
Can't take any more. Everything's fucked. I give up. There's nothing left.
Calm down. It's not the end of the world.
You sure? It sure as hell looks like it. For all I know, there's no one left except for me.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I meant any humans left except for me.
Have you looked at yourself lately? You're a walking, talking diving suit with some electronics slapped on for good measure.
Ah, so it is a diving suit.
You don't want to think about it? We'll start thinking about it.
I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be this. I want out.
Before you do anything hasty, could you help me with something?
What?
I was trying to find out what happened with my project when that brute knocked me to the ground.
Your project? How could anything possibly matter when you know you're a stupid robot in a stupid dead world?
Okay, focus.
I need you to fix me so I can get back to work. Then you can sulk as much as you want.
You gotta be kidding, right? I think I have a better chance of building myself a time machine than of putting you back together.
I just need to access the computer. Oh, is that an Omnitool you're carrying?
Oh, the door opener?
Well, I don't want to brag.
Picked it up at Upsilon where I woke up.
That'll have to do. Plug it into the terminal.
Sure.
Oh, well, I'll plug my Omni tool into your terminal, Catherine.
When the Omnitool is loaded, just plug my Cortex chip into the tool.
What's a Cortex chip?
It will be obvious. I'll eject it for you. Just grab the chip and slide it into the Omnitool.
Oh, could you say that just a little bit
I just need
slower?
you to do this one thing for me.
Sure, whatever.
Lambda Terminal 27 activated. The Omnitool is ready now. Should be easy enough. Just pick up the chip and slide it into the Omnitool.
Why does a robot chip fit a door opener?
It's standardized connection.
Catherine? Alright, let's give this a try.
I don't have a PlayStation Melee Mage, so I will not be playing Catherine the game. But, you know, I kind of like my chances with this Catherine over here.
Custom Cortex chip found. Shutting down helper chain. Have a nice day. Actors, pretty much anything will fit. Oh, this feels weird. I'm in the Omnitool? Thanks.
So, what's the project about?
My project? Oh, well, I saved all the people on the station as brain scans and put them into an artificial world. We were going to launch it into space to save it from, well, all of this.
Are you telling me that you were going to launch a computer world filled with people into space?
Yes. It was just a pet project at first, but it got really serious after the comet took out the surface. Then suddenly it became very important, and it was officially named the Ark.
That's appropriate. How far did you get?
I don't know. That version of me that I am. It came from a scan I did pretty early on. The living Catherine could very well have finished the project and launched it. I guess she could even still be alive. Weird thought.
So the talking robots, are they also scans you did?
They could be, but I doubt it. I'd expect much more sense if that was the case. All right, finally.
What's happening?
I managed to restore some data from the backup server. This should tell us everything we need. Oh. Could you do me a favor and run into the other room and have a look? I don't seem to be able to view the files in this condition. I need to know that the Ark is safe.
Sure, Kath.
Thanks. I'll unlock the door for you.
The Ark, you say? And apparently, Jesse Quill stopped playing the game at this point. So guys, I don't know about you, but when I hear about an Ark, you know what I think about? Ah, Sacre Bleu, it's got a 2 GB download. Damn it! I was gonna try and load up Ark.
What was it you said before? You're from Toronto?
Yeah, I just went in for a brain scan and suddenly here I am.
That doesn't make any sense. How? Why would anyone bring a scan from Toronto?
You think that's strange? What if I tell you it was back in 2015?
Whoa.
Oh yeah, who's the Prime Minister? How long do I have before I leave? Next month, Melee Mage. So we'll definitely be hanging out before I leave. And I know it seems very sudden. It was very sudden for me too. Something's gonna. Oh, yeah. Fuck you, buddy.
What are you doing? Be careful.
It's fine. I'm just gonna go over by this other window. I like that the game is training me to be afraid of the static, though.
Careful! I think it's back. Keep your eyes peeled.
Jesus. I was gonna say, actually, the noise in this is really good at creating a really stressful environment.
Can't make any sense of it.
say something?
Sorry, still trying to figure out how you got here.
Keep at it. I'd really like to know who thought sending a Canadian to the bottom of the sea was a good idea.
So, like, I'm fairly certain, based on the mechanics of the game, I don't actually think this thing is here, but there's immediately this sense of, like, not wanting to run around anymore. Like, I definitely have lost any sort of feeling of safety that I had.
What happened before? That creature was...
Oh, damn it! No, no, no.
Overbearing.
Yeah, it basically exploded with electromagnetism.
That's bad for us, right?
Okay, I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna abuse this so much if I keep it up.
Confusing at least. Gives the senses a good punch.
Alright, now that I've satisfied my urges, I guess I should go get that thing from the other room I'm supposed to, huh? That's probably not even the right room. It's probably here. Oh, or here. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Hey, are you any of you my milady's thing? I didn't immediately start running around the place. I mean, come on, give me some credit. As soon as all of the sounds and all of that stopped, I started running around again. But...
Yes, look for anything about the Ark. What happened to the tower, and the dock, and the welcome center?
What tower? What are you talking about?
This place is in ruins. All the cameras show static. It's so strange.
I don't date my ladies, I just sleep with them, Link. Hello, Leah2. Good to see you again. Alright, well, I could click on the Ark. You're hosting me? Guys, Leah2, actually, there's a really big reason you should check out Leah2 right now, is he is playing RimWorld right now, and the amount of enthusiasm that he has for that game is infectious. There's actually two really great streamers who are handling that right now, which are Tuesday Gray and Leah2. He wasn't necessarily playing that today, actually, but when I saw him, he was playing, it was called Geo... God, why can't I remember? Basically, it was like waking up in a Google Street View somewhere and having to kind of navigate your way around the world and figure out where you are. So it was really fun. It was neat to watch him. Actually, I need to go back and check out his channel to remember what it was called. GeoGuess, thank you. But Leah2 is a really interesting guy to watch on Twitch. He gives me the kinds of well, actually, Jesse Quill gives me these kinds of shout outs too, but between him and Jesse Quill, like, whenever they shout me out on cast, they, you know, I just kind of want to retire and, like, just put that clip up on this channel and let them, you know, just say, run by on the, excuse me, run by on those words, because I'm never going to actually be able to live up on to that. But, absolutely outstanding friends of this cast. Definitely worth checking out. The nice thing about Leah2 is that we kind of, because we're in different geographies, we sort of play at different times. So if you're somebody who tends to like some of the later nights, well, I mean, he's usually on kind of for the afternoon for me. But basically, if you notice that sometimes I'm casting at times that don't really work for you, chances are that Leah2 is going to be casting at those times which work a little bit better. So, thank you, Jess. And maybe there's an exception. Maybe there's a certain milady I'd be happy to date, not just sleep with. Alright. Robin Base.
Are you excited about the Ark? At first, I couldn't really see the point of it. But then I thought, why shouldn't we, right? I mean, if we are able to save even just a small piece of ourselves, why wouldn't we do that? So you are in favor then? I think it's really important we do this.
Let me try that again. Robin. Oh, come on, YouTube.
I won't soothe your pain.
Alright, we'll just run this in the background and hopefully we'll get Robin's namesake.
What are your thoughts on the Ark?
It's a great idea. Finally, we have something to do. Am I right?
Are you optimistic about the project's chances of, about the Ark reaching space?
Well, it can definitely be done. You already solved the biggest problem, how to actually get us all in there. Now, all we have to do is build the damn thing, and hope Phi is still operational. Yeah, I think we can do it, but it's not gonna be easy.
You know, this video promised me the biggest bass drop ever. I'm waiting for it.
What are your thoughts on the Ark project?
The idea is just incredible. By every
Here we go. Robin.
Excited about the Ark? At first,
Are you excited about the Ark, Robin? Okay, what a complete letdown.
why shouldn't we, right? What are your thoughts
Mark.
on the Ark project?
The idea is just incredible. By every definition. It really makes you think about what it means to be human.
What makes you say that?
Beyond the basics. Beyond the superficial. I'm convinced there's something with even greater value. You have provided a platform, which is not necessarily restricted to our digital progeny, but a means of actual survival. It's my sincerest belief that we can go on living through the reality of continuity.
Did they get Deepak Chopra in this thing? Calibration survey. Welcome. If you are reading this, you've successfully entered the Ark. This survey is designed to give the developers a better understanding of your subjective experience and how to improve your well-being. Please continue with the survey. How would you describe your physical condition? I feel normal. I feel invigorated. A better version of myself. I feel alien. I'm a visitor inside another body. Or I feel fake. No longer a real person. Normal. How would you describe your mental condition? I feel normal. I feel disconnected, a separation of mind and body. I feel altered, a change in character. I feel lost. I don't exist anymore. How would you describe your senses? As expected, normal. I feel more sensitive to and aware of my surroundings. I feel blocked as if my senses are numb, and I'm lacking one or more of my natural senses. Let me just think. I seem to be experienced. I'm trying to answer this as what the game has revealed to me, so I don't think I'm missing any particular senses. Obviously, I can't know smell and taste in the game. The feedback that the game's given me in physical encounters suggests that I'm feeling pain. Obviously, I can hear and see, so yeah, we'll say as expected, normal. I have gained the evil robot sense, that's very true. How would you describe the sensation of your new condition? It's pleasant, I don't like it, something is wrong, it's disconnecting, everything feels constructed, depressing, I can't shake the feeling of it all being fake. I'll say I don't like it based on my reaction to Catherine. Are you troubled by the fact you are no longer strictly human? I'm still human. Yeah. How do you perceive your new existence? It's a direct continuation of my previous self, like a new chapter in my life. It's like being born all over again, a complete do-over. It's something completely different and has nothing to do with my previous. That's definitely the case. There's an interesting thought experiment. So this is Derek Parfit who came up with this one. And one of the things that's kind of interesting to do with philosophy, hopefully this will answer your question, because I don't necessarily... So there's a difference between, experiencing a story and, telling a good yarn or dealing with certain topics. So this is the big thing about science fiction, right? Science fiction very rarely is about the overt topic. So if you see a movie about robots, it's not necessarily going to be about whether or not human labor should be replaced with that kind of capital. Every movie that has robots is not a Marxist treatise, or a Luddite argument or something like that, or an anti-Luddite argument or something like that. But Parfit's... So the fun thing to do with some thought experiments would be, it's like, are you still you if you chop off a hand, right? Physically, there's something less of you. You are not identical to what you were before. And people might say it's like, I'm different, but I'm not substantially different. Like, for all intents and purposes, the experience that I have is more or less the same, and I'm in a different physical body. And then you say, okay, what about the brain in the vat example, right? You're a consciousness, but you're in some kind of a store or something, like some storage unit of some kind. And that, people might answer a little bit differently in that situation. And I mean, you could do a lot of different kinds of argument. At that point, you try and find that individual moment where you cross the threshold, right? So there are some very ancient versions of this argument. What constitutes a heap? If I keep adding single grains into a pile, at some point somebody's going to walk by that and say that's a heap. And if I take away the single grain, there's still going to be somebody that comes by and says that's a heap. And yet at some point, it ceased to be a small collection of grains and it became a heap. Or the other one would be the bald man paradox, which is, if I take one of you unfortunate souls and I start individually plucking hairs, in addition to the fact that you're going to be absolutely miserable, at some point, they're going, somebody's going to say you're bald. And if I were to somehow, stick one of those back in, they're not going to come back and say, okay, he's not bald now. So both of these are very ancient examples of this kind of argument. And the fact that there isn't that one transition point doesn't mean that bald and not bald or heap and not heap don't have meanings. But the kind of neat thing is, for these little thought experiments, is when you take the dials and you start turning them certain directions and start seeing where people's opinions start changing. So one of the really interesting ones that Derek Parfit came up with was, let's say that you created a form of transportation where you you're completely deconstructed at an atomic or subatomic level or whatever, and the data is transmitted to the destination, let's say Mars, and then you're reconstituted. Everything about you is physically identical, and your consciousness has continuity. So 1 second you're on Earth, the next second you're on Mars. And then, are you the same person? And people, apparently this is a Star Trek thing, but people, I think most people kind of are okay with the idea of saying, yeah, that's still human. Now the interesting spin that Parfit puts on this one is, he then says, okay, So now you wake up and you're back on Earth. And the technician comes up to you, says like, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. There's been a mistake. You know, you're fine. You're over on Mars. And, you know, there's been a delay in the system. Don't worry at all. You're about to disintegrate in a couple of minutes." Now, there's two of you now, right? You can see yourself on a monitor over in Mars. Maybe turning off the monitor because he doesn't want to see what's going to happen to you. You on Earth is going to have a very different opinion about whether or not that thing on Mars is you. And it's, you know, he uses this example. I think it's in Reasons and Persons. Derek Parford hasn't written that much. I should actually know. I'm almost certain it's in Reasons and Persons. But that's a really great example about how you can take some of these well-known philosophical dilemmas and you start turning the dials a little bit and just start seeing where people lose. Because of course, in principle, this idea of being deconstructed at an atomic level and reconstructed means that there could be a copy of you. And, you know, it could be, I mean, so at some point you could say, it's like, well, you should regulate it so that somebody isn't, you know, that there aren't two versions of somebody. But in principle, the technology exists, right? Just because there's a regulation doesn't mean that you can't, I mean, is this cloning or something like that? And then, of course, then the next question is, you know, are you the same person? Is there the Earth you and the Mars you? And at what point can you say that you're not you because you're the sum of your experiences or whatever? If you are only the sum of your experiences, then the physical form is very meaningless, and then people shouldn't worry about, you know, ultimately you shouldn't worry about you being broken apart at the atomic level because there's some other version of you on Mars, which was the original intention, right? You were perfectly fine with that until you woke up and somebody said you're about to disintegrate in a couple of minutes. There was a bug in the system. But that's why I mean, there's a lot of philosophy which is just very, it's sometimes very frustrating to go into a philosophy course because it's a bunch of people who just want to spend time talking about their feelings, or it's like, my opinion on this is great. It's like, fantastic, you know, everybody in this room has an opinion, but what are you bringing to the conversation we're having right now? What reason, you know, what reasons have you given us? What, you know, what are we going to do with the claims that you've made? One of the most infuriating conversations I can have with somebody is when it starts, well, my philosophy is, it's like, no, you know, we're gonna take this topic through to its end. So it's like, if somebody says a proposition, which I think a lot of people will agree with, you know, Donald Trump is a bad presidential candidate, that doesn't mean a whole lot, right? Clearly people like him. I mean, there might be some people here who like him. I'm willing to have that conversation. But if you're in a philosophy class, it's not just, I'm going to assert that this person is not qualified. You know, you have to back that up. You need to give some evidence. How do we define what a good presidential candidate is? You know, and it really feels like at the undergraduate level, a lot of the time the conversation never got beyond the, I am going to assert this point, and then now I'm just going to try and manipulate the conversation as much as I can to just be a series of reassertions of that point without any evidence or without clearly defining the topic. And it's a shame, right? Because some of the really interesting philosophy, some of the things, the people who ask interesting questions are very good writers, but sometimes maybe their analytics aren't exactly there. The syllogisms aren't that tight, or maybe you need to do some work in terms of finding the structure of the argument. But it's, it's a shame because there are really interesting questions that get asked in those courses, and it'd be nice if people felt a bit more confident in terms of what they were talking about to found them on hard reason. All right, let me just take a quick look at chat. Meaning of life, easy. Politics, no way. Yeah. Meaning of life, easy. Polarizing topics, only one. No, I mean, I think it's actually, I do not like the statement, don't talk about politics or religion. I think that is a tremendous cop-out. If the topics are important, I mean, so first of all, there's a way to have a respectful conversation about, there's a way to have a respectful conversation about polarizing topics. And I think, once upon a time, there was a time when the population was becoming more literate. You had some of the finest writers in the world going to a paper and like writing, their column or their pamphlet or something like that. There'd be another equally smart guy saying, you're a dumbass, this is what's so much better. There was a hunger for that kind of knowledge. There was a hunger for that kind of public discourse. And we definitely seem to have lost something like that. I think one of the worst things in the world was people were like, oh, people might get upset. Let's not talk about that. I'm like, no, I want somebody to call me a motherfucker because I believe in, free trade, right? And I understand there are big consequences about that. I have done a lot of reading and a lot of research in terms of what the consequences of trade are. And I definitely have some very strong opinion about, about the gains from trade and how they're distributed, right? But I think the way we should shift that conversation is not to say don't talk about politics and religion, but rather we should be putting the onus on the people who ruin those conversations. If somebody's not, so to speak to Sub's point, that if people aren't arguing in a cogent fashion, or if people are deliberately ruining the argument, or if people are getting unnecessarily offended or something like that, we should treat them as we do at any boor in the party, or we should treat them like the kind of person who flies off the handle. Like if somebody gets drunk in a club and starts kicking somebody's ass, we throw the guy who started kicking somebody's ass out, right? That's what we have the bouncers for. We don't tell everybody, okay, sorry guys, we're closing the club down, nobody can participate or something like that. Because in the end, these issues matter. And I think it's too much of a cop-out now to tell people, what, don't talk about politics or religion, because then people can be oh, I just don't know about these things. I'm like, yeah, well, you'd know about them if you had started having conversations about them. And everybody has to begin from a position of ignorance, right? I'm ignorant about a ton of stuff. And one of the ways that I learn about things is when I go, a lot of times when I'm running my mouth and somebody says, no, that's ridiculous. You don't know what you're talking about. Educate yourself. And I go, it sucks, right? I would prefer to hold the illusion that I don't know everything, or that I know everything, but I clearly don't. So, I think definitely checking your ego at the door, wanting to understand, and being willing to go toe to toe with somebody who's willing to stand up for their principles and argue the other side. Even if it's a devil's advocate thing, saying look, I know you really like, free trade, but have you really considered the consequences? I know you academically understand them, but look at this thing here. Can you say that this is right? Can you say that you're okay with this? Or to make another economic argument. At some points, I need to say, honestly, I didn't think it through the full way. Maybe there's room for revision in my position, or maybe I'll dig in my heels. I'm no, you're bringing emotions to a logic fight. You're not allowed to do that. But yeah, no talk politics or religion, I think, is a cop-out. And that's the one rule that you'll never see around here. And hi, Elkanu. Thank you very much for the host. Guys, I was talking about Elkanu a little bit earlier. Definitely check him out. He's a wonderful French caster. He's actually, I believe he's played a little bit of Soma. I just sit in the quiz and rant about why I hate don't talk about politics or religion. But I believe he's played Soma. He was playing Dark Souls a little while ago, and was it Town of Light that you were playing today? Anyways, if you want to know what games to add to your Steam wishlist, watch Elkanu. If you want to know how to become a better caster, watch Elkanu. If you want to learn French, watch Elkanu. There are any number of reasons why you should be watching Elkanu, and I can think of no good reasons other than you have bad tastes in streams to not watch Elkanu. He is an absolute gem on Twitch. He is, in my view, one of the funniest casters that I've seen. He's got a great sense of showmanship. I cannot say enough good things about Elkanu, but I have been on this quiz for a while, so let me just tab out for a second. I'm going to shout him out. I'll quickly follow up on chat. because I know I've been running my mouth on a bunch of things, and I should at least give people a chance to be heard otherwise. And then I'll continue on with the game. I'm sorry if there's been some more monologues tonight, but it's been a weird cast. I mean, we started with Stardew Valley, went to Stanley Parable, now we're in Soma, and I'll probably be wrapping up not too far away, but I am thinking about, putting a cap on tonight's work. But all right, so Phantom Club is just like people find it really hard to have a good conversation with people they disagree with. That's a shame, actually. Leotu says people are often afraid to cause offense to anyone, especially on Twitch, where people care about viewers sticking around. Oh God, I mean, if you guys are staying around for my monologues, I figure you guys will put up with anything. So you'd rather prefer talking about religion, politics, and all the other fun stuff. Exactly. I mean, I'd like to think that intelligent people enjoy exploring ideas, and they don't mind having, an idea that's different from their opinions running around in their head, because in the end you want to, again, think about what we did when we talked about this idea of the teleporter, or, whether or not, you can even feasibly put a consciousness in a robot or something like that. These are interesting questions, and they're fun to turn the dials on the questions and see how far you can go with them. So I don't know. I'd like to think intelligent people just find this stuff fun. There's definitely ways that you can have these conversations respectfully, and even if things get heated, there are definitely ways that you can have at least productive conversations, even if people are very passionate about their views. Klepto, a majority of us get too clouded with our current instilled beliefs, and it's hard to change just on the drop of brain. I mean, again, I have very strong prior beliefs on things, but I can't think of a lot of time. The time, like, the repeated assertion of a belief only taken at face value is something that I haven't found productive. But even then, at least me being forced to be clear in terms of what my beliefs are and articulate them to somebody who thinks differently, I think is a worthwhile project. I mean, even here, right? I need to defend to some people that why, me being a bastard and digging my heels in and saying, it's like, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. That is not a position that everybody accepts. I know there's streamers in here who say don't talk about politics or religion. And so I need to defend that position from people who may not agree with it or would want to instill that in their own chat. So sorry, Subs, I know you said something thoughtful, and then I'm slouching towards, but here we go. The other reason is that you're afraid to, if you give an opinion on a polarized topic on the internet, that the people you're talking with may disagree, and they may not want to be friends anymore, or think negatively from then on, or not good if you have to work with them IRL, or if they're in a guild, etc. Yeah, I can sort of understand that. I mean, in the end, I am going to be a little ivory tower on this and say that I don't believe people should be emotionally blackmailing people from telling the truth, right? So I don't know the answer to this one. There's a side of me that is in favor of the legalization of prostitution, and yet I understand when Germany did this, there were actually some very negative human rights consequences. I'm going to keep answering the quiz while I do this. But I also need to accept that there have been some negative consequences that are different from what I would have thought, than my purely academic take on it would be. We definitely do need to talk about that, Jess. If anything, just so we can establish rates. This is a great one because this is a very controversial topic. This is something where I'm still trying to find something as close as I can to the truth, because there is there is an argument of saying, people should have the right to do what they want with their body, and yet there's a very clear human cost. And there's very much, in many ways, people's freedoms, the freedom to do what you want with your body is being violated here in the case of human trafficking. So in this situation here, there's only so much reading I can do on that. And so, I have to assume that there's a right answer to that question somewhere. And it's not just, it's okay in this culture. Like, there has to be some way of navigating that moral question. And in the end, I think that anybody who would want to say, it's like, I just can't talk with you, if you would even entertain the idea, academically even, of, of being able to, to purchase somebody's body like that. Like, personally, I would not want to visit a prostitute. I think there is more to that experience than just, flesh on flesh, right? And so, it's not to advocate for me to be able to do that, but it's just, there's a couple of other things behind that idea where I'm like, well, why do we have this prohibition? Now, anybody who would say, it's like, I just can't talk to somebody who engages with that. In this case, I don't like this blackmail of saying, it's like, we're going to shut down this avenue of inquiry because I refuse to talk to you. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's intellectually honest. But again, in this case, I'm also expressing another set of values, right? In which I'm saying that my, the ability to engage with ideas is more valuable than, somebody's discomfort with dealing with that issue, or their unwillingness to, to have a friend that holds a different belief along these lines. But yeah, I definitely understand, Subs. There are definitely consequences to expressing certain beliefs, and I think it's necessary to have that mechanism. When somebody expresses a racist belief to me, you better believe that there is an absolute cost that they pay, right? There's a lot that is revealed when somebody will have such a shallow view that somebody else can be reduced down to a skin color or an ethnicity, and that you can make a judgment on them. Yes, there is a consequence if you express that view to me. I think it's very necessary that we have that, but I'm willing to have the conversation. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, yes, I will let that person know what an ignorant view of the world they have. I don't, unfriend them because of the racist belief out of hand. It's because, like, this is my belief, and I hold this strong prior, and there's nothing that you're going to do to change my mind. I will absolutely defend my position in that argument because I have nothing to fear from the racist. I do not fear that they're going to give me the argument that convinces me that somebody with a different skin color is inferior, or superior for that matter. But generally, racists tend not to believe that the other side is the better group. All right, I'm really sorry, guys. I'll try and tear through this. I know I'm probably going to wind up not doing justice to some people. He was discussing Trump with somebody for some time. They support them, kept talking for at least 30 minutes. They conceded points. You conceded points. It was an actual conversation. Fair enough. You do have bad taste in streams. You're here, aren't you? That's it, Leah, too. You're banned. Thank you. Do you have deep conversations with religion and spirituality with your dad often? That's great to hear, Subs. Every time you watch me, you make you feel more relaxed in general, willing to take risks, the hell with it. If you feel like discussing the collapse of the Roman Empire and the schism with the Christian Church, you'll do so. Fuck rules. Fair enough. It's the main reason you find CK2 so fascinating. It's a period of history that you find interesting. I mean, all periods of history are interesting if you look at it from the right angle. It's hard to talk about this shit when you're in the minority of a group and wind up getting barked at. I agree. Like I said, it's hard to stand up for convictions, but I definitely, I mean, this is the thing for me, right? I'm an academic. I'm finishing my master's degree. Like I would not be true to myself if I did not follow the reasoning as far as it could take me, right? So, I'm absolutely playing the game the correct way. The game yeah, this is the big, I know, like, Twitch does not like it when I just talk about stuff, but Subs, I mean, you're a man after my own heart, or possibly a lady, apologies. I definitely think that this is a game that should be dealing with topics in depth. Oh, lead to, you're bringing up Christopher Hitchens. Love it. People say he was a great friend, was always good, thorough discussion, regardless. So, I mean, he's a product of British education, where in a debate club, you would be so prepared that you could take up the other side if the other side dropped dead. Prostitution and drugs should absolutely be legalized. One of the reasons prostitution has issues in Finland is that it's only partially legalized. Pimping is not legal. Prostitutes cannot help each other legally, cannot set up safe areas. Yes, so that is definitely some of the problems. But again, the German situation is something I want to talk with Jeff. Can't talk to someone that doesn't like streamer name. That happened. Fair enough. All right, have a good one, Chris. And yeah, I know I'm not doing that much gameplay, so. All right, I'm kind of caught up. Other people talk about products that you disagree with. You think to yourself less of them when you think they're wrong. You think to yourself even more so that they're so wrong about that. Yeah, I mean, the biggest one for me, it would be, I mean, it depends on the position, right? So a political position would be, we should lock up members of this race. That's a self-discrediting position. I'm not trying to advocate that you should be some robot that doesn't have an emotional investment in a conversation, but I definitely think like trying to give somebody a penalty for expressing an idea, to me, is shutting down the dialogue, and is generally, taken in the aggregate, is less productive to society than, having an open discussion of ideas, having that marketplace of ideas, and being able to, to have the back and forth. But on the other hand, too, like there are definitely people who are better at rhetoric than others, right? In some ways, I don't think Hillary Clinton is as bad as her critics say she is, which is not to say I'm a Clinton fan. But I definitely think she's not as good at presenting her positions as Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton could definitely make a much better emotional appeal, but I don't know if he's as much as a policy wonk as Clinton is, or as Hillary Clinton is. I think his wife might actually be the better policy person than her husband. Now, whether or not that's desirable is another question, right? Oh yeah, Leah too. I can't stand the fact that, the majority believes this, so you should accept it. Would you rather be removed from the project and accept death? No. Your answers have been saved. Thank you for participating in the ARC team. All right.
Is this from inside the Ark?
Yes. That's some early renders of the world inside.
Looks a whole lot comfier than this place.
Item, Cyan V2, 5.11 square kilometers, modular space. Keywood version 4, 12.2 square kilometers, mixed deciduous forest. Aurorus version 2, 2 square kilometers, and an urban park. We take this brain, we put a funnel over the eyes, we chop off the head using a blade made out of binary with really wobbly hands, so it's super it's like watching an ISIS video. It's horrible. And then we dump the body in the freezer. By the way, guys, so the director of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Tobe Hooper, he directed an episode of Masters of Horror, which I worked on. And he was obsessed with this idea of cryogenically freezing your head. So there's two things I remember, is that like he really liked a lot of the techniques that the director of photography was doing. Like he loved this hand crank. So like this is around the time like movies like Man on Fire were coming out. So like you'd have a hand crank camera which would like sometimes overexpose or sometimes underexposed as somebody's like hand got tired as they were cranking it. Like it wasn't a perfect 24 frames a second, and you could like run it backwards, so then you'd get like this double exposure over it. Like it looks really, really cool. So whenever Tobe he is so much a product of the 60s. Like whenever he liked something, it'd be like, way cool, man, way cool. He loved the hand crank, so I'd always hear it's like, do the hand crank thing. And then finally I remember this conversation, I think it was like over lunch or something like that, and he's like, man, when you're like, when you know you're gonna die, like when you know it's gonna happen, you just gotta tell them, it's like you just gotta cut off your head and freeze it, and they'll find like the cure for your cancer, man. So it's like I remember way cool, man, and do the hand crank thing. And that is my experience of the director of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Anyways. Oh wait, we already did that. And Arc Tracker. A sector to scan.
Tracker homed in on the Ark.
Oh, that's clever. I wonder if I thought of that. Does it still work? I really need to know what happened to it.
Are we?
I think so. It's doing something at least.
Are we
Where
on?
is it?
Hold on. I'm trying to find it.
Are we on our
Please
way
let me
to the
say
sun? Ark is within Earth. I'm gonna try Ark. I'm gonna assume it's in our area. Yep. Theta maybe? Okay, that's further away. Tau? There we go. Are you saying you would not follow the hippie who made the movie The Texas Chainsaw Massacre in freezing your head so that you could be preserved for the future? I am very good at finding the Ark.
I found it. It's at a site named Tau.
Oh, no, it's on Earth. It's so close to Phi, they almost made it. Damn it, it won't make it for long in that state. A couple of decades at most. That's not much to build a future.
If we got to it, could we get on the Ark?
I suppose, but I'm not exactly flexible at the moment.
Catherine, tell me more about your flexibility.
I'll take us there. I can move, jump, swim, sort of. You're stuck in the door opener, the Omni tool. I'll just carry you there and you'll show me what to do.
That sounds really risky. Besides, I don't like the idea of you carrying me around.
Come on, Catherine, this is what you wanted to do. Your final mission. Let's launch the Ark.
We would need to find a way to get into the Abyss. Can't take the climber without a power suit. We probably have to go to Theta and pray the Dunbat's still working.
Okay, so we go to Theta.
I don't know, it's pretty far.
Catherine, look around. What else is there to do? Maybe there's still a working shuttle train that can take us to Theta.
I doubt it.
Just have a look around. Push comes to shove, I'll walk there.
Okay then, I'll just eject from this thing. Don't forget to take me with you.
I won't forget.
I like Catherine because of her flexibility in morals.
Where did you go? I'm waiting.
Waiting for what? Milady.
Can I pull the Omni tool out?
Wait.
Pulling
Okay,
out?
just
Not a
be
manly
sure
thing
plug
to
me in
do.
again at some point.
You got it.
Good luck, Simon.
Alright, hey, we've got a game to play, it turns out. By the way, I love the fact that there does not seem to be a, I don't think I'm supposed to do this, but let's... Oh, no, there's definitely nothing heavy enough to... Yeah. I love the fact there's no battery for the flashlight. It's... I always find that a little bit of an... I mean, sometimes, so like Outlast, it's really good because the, you know, the scarce resource definitely ratchets up the tension. Chris, I've stayed up all night. Seemed like a waste of sleep. I got the TV on in the background. The newscasters are covering the incoming comet like they were counting down for New Year's Eve. I know it's messed up. Excuse me. Wishing you were here with me. I suppose if everyone has a chance to survive this thing, it would be you guys below the waves. I hope you're able to go on, if it's a life worth living. Looks like the shit's about to hit the fan. I better send before the shockwave hits us. I'm proud of you, boy. Dad. Not for me to say, Link. Oh, thanks, subs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. I think I've probably been a little more liberal in my off-topic monologues tonight, but I kind of need to, I was not planning on playing this. I definitely kind of need to decompress after all of the Stanley Parable. Actually, Subs, I really need to thank you because I think you came here specifically for the Stanley Parable, and I kind of did a bait and switch on you. But yeah, I kind of needed to just clear the fuzz out after, maybe I'm not supposed to go through this door. I need to kind of clear the fuzz out after, you know, after the, you know, kind of the frustrations getting games started, so. Well, you didn't miss that much by ever getting... Oh, killer robots! Can you tell me where Theta is? God, I'm bad at this. There we go. Ah! Fine. I didn't want to close that door anyway.
What? What is this? Curie Emergency Vessel 4. Hey, Simon, can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you get this thing running?
The game is... What game are you playing, Subs? Woman driver.
Sorry, it's dead.
Worth a shot?
The CV came from Curie. It was a ship that used to make runs between Lambda and Lisbon. Looks like their wreck is close. Maybe you can find a vessel like this one inside.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll just save the security information and update the Omni tool. There. Should help you get around.
Great.
Oh, very cool. I haven't played Black Desert myself, but I think I saw a Lethal Frag play it. It looked interesting. I think also Kalusha is somebody who plays it. Kalusha, by the way, is another wonderful Vancouver-based caster. I don't get to call Jessie Quill a Vancouver streamer, but she did stop by the Twitch Vancouver meetup, and I kind of wish she was a Vancouver streamer. She's something else in person. I think that's evil. Actually, I think I'm going backwards. Well, that's not trying to kill me, so... Nice. Something's here to murder me. Hey guys, you know what Jessie Quill just messaged me? She says I should have been played Stardew Valley instead. Do you agree? Should I have not have gone on to Soma? I agree, Jess. We should have... Really? Why not? Why no love for, Why no love for Stardew Valley? I hope you guys think I wasn't actually mad at the game. That was entirely a setup so I could do the Stanley Parable. It just sucks that that joke didn't turn out. Your Eco Talk. You got your Eco Talk, so I guess you're not too sad about no Stardew. I will definitely do Stardew Valley another time. It's good if you like MMOs, like sandbox games, don't mind the endless grind, and like fluid combat. That's Black Desert Online, I believe he's referring to. File transfer protocol or subscription based? Alright. I was very glad to explore small holes with Catherine. Buy to play in. I mean, I'll be honest, that's sort of my preferred model for MMOs. I don't know how well it works for the... I don't know how well it works for developers, but one of the problems that I run into with games that kind of have like a time-based subscription is I'll get busy, especially with school stuff. So like 1 month of play in, let's say, something like World of Warcraft, WoW of Warcraft. It's really difficult to say that I'm getting value if, you know, one term I'm going to have like a really heavy research and, you know, TAing load, and then the next month I'm going to have like nothing to do. I could just like sit around in my underwear for like 16 hours on end, you know, grinding out gear. Oh god, look at that. Look at that. I hope that shark doesn't come into play. Stop. Hammer time. But yeah, so like the Secret World, like a great example of this is for the Secret World. When the sale came along, I absolutely put my money down and got the Ultimate Edition. I really liked that game, and I was willing to, you know, to spring for the premium version. In fact, I was waiting until I got out of school and was making an income to actually get like the lifetime membership. But unfortunately, they got rid of that fairly recently, so I wasn't able to participate in that program. So I'm definitely willing to pay for quality, but again, I mean, whether or not that's a sustainable business model. I mean, what you're doing is you're taking a bunch of fixed income for something that has kind of a, you know, a cost over time, you know. But the only exception you've ever made is for EVE Online. I still really haven't played it. I have like a free trial. Well, I mean, I think anybody can get a free trial. But maybe, you know, maybe when life kind of calms down and I have some time to dig. Like, the big thing is, I think if I were to start playing EVE, I would probably,
Alright, we're in. Let's find a working escape vessel.
I think if I were to start playing EVE, I'd probably put a little less time into streaming, unless... Oh god, that looks so cool. Unless I were to become like an EVE streamer, just because in the end I would want to get the value of my subscription. I like pretty. It's the only reason I play. You know, I'll be honest with you, I think this is very Amnesia-esque. I don't know if there are bigger scares coming later, But definitely, I remember the opening of Amnesia was a really slow burn. So it's not clear to me whether or not this this game will have more skill. I mean, so there's a couple of times where it's like, oh, you know, this thing shows up. But I'd say kind of at best it's startling. It doesn't really seem to be like... The sounds are definitely the thing that get me. But okay. We might be in a similar situation to last time where I get screwed because of the lack of hiding spots. Or my inability to use hiding spots well. That's probably more accurate. Oh. I think that means it saw me. Good lord. Okay, this is actually a cool little sequence. I don't know if that was designed as a chase or not, but that definitely felt like it. I don't know. Ah! Okay, that is a very cool trait to put in the monster. Something that can basically just jump out of nowhere on you. What do you want to do with your lifetime is to help set up databases or build or create computers that run around setting up something computer-wise. So if you were to go to college, what subject or subjects would you major in? Probably computer science, Nate. Computer science is a big topic, right? So just because you do computer science does not mean that you have to become a programmer. But yeah, like to give you an idea, I have a friend who's actually pursuing her master's. You do not need to do a master's for this, but her focus is entirely on databases. And incidentally, I mean, you can go and learn this stuff right now. Like learn SQL. That's kind of the standard. It's something I'm using for a private project related to some Twitch chat stuff. But that's definitely a perfectly viable way to go. And again, depending on how deep you go into computer science, like you'll learn stuff about what data structures work best for sort of cataloging and retrieving certain information. How, you know, if you want to store a lot of information but retrieve from it very rarely, how one style of of data structure is better than one where maybe you'll like write once but you'll access it many times. But yeah, comp sci definitely. Although keep in mind that university isn't entirely just vocational training, right? Like you do want to go to university and like learn a bit about how the world works, or like learn some stuff, read some subjects that maybe you wouldn't. Oh, the murderer's back. You definitely want to. You want to expose yourself to some stuff that maybe you wouldn't have checked out on your own. So like, how many opportunities are you going to have, somebody who's dedicated their life to... Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Well, that's going to be a problem. Ah! Yeah, I don't think there's any way I can get around that. But yeah, so you definitely don't want to just you don't just want to go in there for like, I want to get trained on this thing, because in the end, I think one of the most important skills, one of the things that computers aren't going to be able to replace, I almost wonder if it's intentional that you get caught by that, because it really doesn't feel like there's a lot of ways to kind of run around it. Wait a minute, I thought you said you finished at the... I thought you said you didn't play past the first encounter with Catherine, Jess.
Attention crew, this is your captain speaking. The final efforts to stop the comet have officially failed. Impact
No, here we go.
is imminent.
You know, Subs, apparently Richard Dawkins was known in Oxford for being one of the biologists who really stressed computational methods amongst his group. So there seems to be like a nice history of people who... Oh, murderer's back. I'll see if I can get away with maybe like not... Oh. Ah! Yeah, so this thing teleporting is definitely the, definitely the thing that makes this, a frightening monster. Ah, damn it. But yeah, so to something that Jesse Quill was writing, and I failed to articulate because I was being chased by the murderer. Basically, like, if you're worried about a robot replacing you, find a skill set, find things that you can do that are not easily automated, right? The ability to think critically, the ability to weigh somebody else's views, and to either find the synthesis or, or find a way to articulate your viewpoint very well is not something that a computer is going to be able to do right away, right? Or at all. So, to me, again, like, I maybe would be a little bit lighter on Jess's side of saying is like it's not 100% necessary to major in computer science. Like, it seems to me that if you want to do databases, then the subject that will teach you how to do databases is computer science. Like, that to me seems to be a perfectly good reason to do it. Now, there are other places that you can learn this, right? There's no shortage of online courses that will teach you everything you need to know. Everything that you need to know. I'm just trying to find another one of these health things. Probably...
For the rest of the world, there's no good way to describe it. The destruction is absolute. The surface is just gone.
So yeah, like there's lots of different ways that you can learn these skills online. There's Coursera, there's Code Academy, and I focus mostly on the free ones. But I will definitely say there's something about going into the academic environment and having like somebody give you a deadline and an expectation to reach a certain level of understanding and sophistication with the topic, which I think is very difficult. You have to have a certain temperament to be able to do that on your own. Leah 2 is actually a good example of somebody who is largely, if not completely, self-taught and is very good at computers. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll up so I can see a little bit of chat, because I know everybody likes laughing at my responses to the murderer. But yeah, like, you are doing yourself a tremendous disservice if you only focus on things that you think are going to get you a job. The thing that will get you, maybe it'll get you your foot in the door, but the thing that will make you the person who they don't want to ever fire are all those electives where you're like, what's the point of doing that? You know, taking a good set of math courses and understanding why math is required in every hard science. You know, doing a course on data structures and understanding, you know, why Amazon uses it in all of their interview questions. You know. All right. Watch a really cool video on YouTube with a discussion between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Richard Dawkins on science and religion. And how to discuss science with people who don't believe. Yeah. Linda, I believe it's spelled with a Y. Great thing is my public library actually has basically a free subscription to Lynda. Anything you want off of Lynda, you can get for free. I think that is an absolutely outstanding I mean, the Vancouver Public Library has done an outstanding job of trying to identify what a modern library looks like when people either don't read books that much or can gain access to a lot of the material that they need online. Like, they've done stuff like coming up with an inspiration center. So if you wanted to record YouTube videos and you didn't have a computer, you could go to the Vancouver Public Library and do that. If I wanted to record voiceover work, I could do that. If I wanted to use Photoshop, I could do that. At the, I don't even know why I'm doing this. Oh, I thought I died. Nope. I think the murderer's back here. Oh yeah, he wants me bad. I'm sorry for wrecking your boat, friend. Oh god, this is such a good chase sequence. This is a dead... Oh, damn it. Oh yeah, he's gonna kill me for sure. Oh wow, what a great death sequence. That is so cool. Yeah, I definitely did not have the ship memorized well. So yeah, this game's pretty merciless in its hiding spots. Like, if you get to a dead end, it doesn't seem like there's any way to get past the baddies. I guess the thing that you need to do is, like, you need to, like... Oh, there it is. Like, basically, if you, it seems like the survival technique is to outpace it. That way, if you do make a mistake, so I don't want to go here. Oh, I don't want to go here either. So yeah, even outrunning it is not the way to. Okay, I'm kind of curious what happens if I do it in another order. So this, in principle, is going to make me a lot closer to the bad man. Oh, nope, that just brings me closer to the bad man.
Warning. Reactor collapse imminent. Proceed to the emergency vessels.
Why you gotta be like that, bro? Sometimes hiding is better than running. Is there any way to... But this is not that time, yeah. Alright, I know my way from here, so... I don't think I should die anymore. Famous last words. I am good at Soma. In what possible world would being close to him be a better idea?
Huh? What the hell happened here? What are all these emergency... What did you do?
I messed up, okay? Can you get us out of here?
Yes. I just need to pump the water out and get a trajectory in place.
Hurry up!
Just a second.
All right, taking off. Hold on to something.
Hold on to what? See, I didn't need to hold on to something. I'm taking
Can you
this.
steer this thing?
Starboard rudder is choking, but I can compensate.
How do you even know what direction we're going in?
Don't worry, I'm hooked up to the navigator. We're headed for Theta. Should be a matter of minutes.
I thought I was done for back there.
Seems like the WOW is keeping the Curie from going into a catastrophic failure state. I mean, how did it get on the ship?
Are you talking about the black tentacles in the engine room? I've seen them before at Upsilon. What are they?
They're a manifestation of a malfunctioning station-wide artificial intelligence called the WOW.
Station-wide? So we just made a powerful enemy.
No, it's not like that. The AI isn't a persona. It doesn't feel or think like we do. It's more like a cancer.
Was that the ship?
Looks like your sabotage worked better than expected. Brace for impact! Hold on, the blast just pushed us off the plateau!
What does that mean?
If I don't hit Delta, we're dead.
Game over.
Please remain seated.
Does the Delta Rescue Team have lots of bright eyes? Actually, you know what, guys? It's getting late, so I'm gonna... This is a really good time for me to call it for this game. I know that's abrupt. But I've got like 17 minutes before 2, so let's see if there's something fun that we can do. Yep. Let's see if there's something fun we can do to close out the evening. Maybe Geometry Dash? I like Geometry Dash. GeoGuessr? That'd be fun. I don't have it set up. I think I'll bank that for another day, Leah2. I really should have thought this through. Oh god, I kind of want to do the Gods Will Be Watching DLC, but that means I'll be here for like another 2 hours. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to show you a little bit of Frozen Cortex. Oh, it's a browser game. Just open an incognito, full screen, and monitor capture. Okay. If Frozen Cortex isn't set up in OBS, then I'll do GeoGuessr. Could you give me the link for that, Leah2, just while I get out of Cortex? It's probably going to take a while to load out. Cards Against... You know, I'm not a huge fan of Cards Against Humanity, but I do like the Quiplash and Oh, I am set up for Frozen Cortex. Okay, tell you what, I'll do one round of Frozen Cortex, and then I'll do a round of GeoGuessr. Hello, Jesse Quill. Do you want to play Frozen Cortex with me? Oh yeah, Frozen Synapse 2 is going to be outstanding. Alright. Log on, my lady. Should I make a new team? Do I have a new team? I have not uploaded a team to the server yet. Okay, cool. I think I'll just go. You probably won't have a team set up, so. Oh, I don't even think I have you added in this yet, actually, so. Oh, yes, I do. I actually don't know what all these are, but full match no stats sounds good. Alright, so for those of you not familiar with this game, I have been challenged to a game against Jesse Quill. So for those of you not familiar with this title, it is a turn-based game, but the turns are taken simultaneously. So this is a follow-up to a game made by Mode 7, who made Frozen Synapse. Oh, I gotta do the announcers first. So. Again, it had a very similar... It's Bob Jansky and the Auditor with and Slizer for today's ECN Live matchup featuring System Chalk and Jesse Quill. System's nominal, Bob. Let's do this. This music is entirely too quiet. Let's just throw that up a little bit, and we'll throw that up a little bit. Let me know if it's too loud, guys. Okay, so I'm going to assume that you guys don't know what Frozen Synapse is, although I do know a few of the... Oh, that's totally fine, Jess. I'll try and give a recap for the channel. Greetings, Bob. No Pants Jansky here. My designation is the Auditor. Great to be at Hadro Arena for a match today. It's System Chalk against Jesse Quill. So the idea here is that both parties are going to plan out their turn simultaneously. So I'm in red. I have the ball first because, well, I'm me. I think if you hit space, space. There's definitely a way that you can change it to yes, middle mouse button. So first of all, this is a lot better looking than the original Frozen Synapse. The original Frozen Synapse has its charm, but this is definitely a great looking game. So the idea here is that I can click on a given unit, and like let's say I want to move him up here, close it off here, move this guy way over to the end, something like this, right? I can hit play and I'll see what all these guys are doing. Now it's very unlikely that Jess is just gonna have these characters stand still. So let's say she starts, running straight after the ball. She says, okay, well I don't want somebody, I don't want a pass kind of going over here, so I'm gonna put somebody to block over on this end. This guy will defend over here, and we'll get just slightly better coverage of the area like this. Okay. So now I kind of get to see the consequences of my actions, right? Nobody got blocked, nobody kind of wound up in different positions or something like that. So the mechanics of the game basically are... Now I wish there was... Oh yeah, I just gotta delete all of this. So the basic controls are actually very straightforward. You just click on your unit, and then you double click on where you want them to go. Now if you're standing still, so here's what I'm going to do here, is like I'm going to have this character stand still, and I'm going to have this guy run straight towards him. In this case, he just kicks the guy, and he winds up stunned. So if you want to defend, you want to have your feet planted while your opponent is running towards you. Of course, if you want to accomplish any of your goals, you kind of have to move. So basically, what I need to do is I need to come up with a best guess in terms of where Jess is going to be moving her units. And my particular goal, because I have the ball, it's just like football. She's going to want to take the ball from me. I am going to want to try and score in her end zone. Ambiguity intentional. What I can do, if the ball carrier steps over any one of these blue dots, that's an automatic 2 points, and I think you get 7 if you touch the end zone while holding the ball. So the first obvious step is for me to pick up the ball. And now I kind of need to decide roughly what I'm going to be doing with my approach. Obviously, I'm not able to see how Jess is setting up. She's actually already finished her turn, so this is good news for me. I'm going to need to decide roughly how I want to position myself for the next couple of rounds. Okay, I feel reasonably comfortable with this. There's not going to be a lot of this plan that's implemented, but I am going to get some important information about roughly where Jess is moving. So we'll prime it, and we get to see the outcome of the match, or the outcome of the round. So as soon as a pass is completed, or if somebody does like a long bomb, the turn is over. So in this case, it was a really short turn. But let's just take a quick look at where she moved her units, right? They all started here, 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 and here. And they're all kind of rushing in. So in this case, wants to stop me from taking the light blue over here. I sort of see roughly where some weaknesses are showing up. I think I'm going to wind up doing something dirty. I know exactly what question you're going to say, Piran Jade. I believe Frozen Cortex was very recently added to GOG, and I've been playing this for a long time. So unfortunately, I have to say I do not own this on GOG. But for those of you who are interested in this game, here's where you can buy it. Subs, I played a little bit of Transistor, but not a lot. By the way, guys, for those of you who do not know Piran Jade, or Piran Jade, she is a caster not at the alias that she's using right now, but rather at gogcom.com, or sorry, at the GOGcom. Yeah, Piran Jade. I mean, this is actually just, I'm going to be wrapping up fairly soon, but I actually have 3 games on my GOG account that I'm going to be putting into the rotation pretty quickly. So I'm going to be able to answer you in the affirmative fairly soon. But yeah, she streams on the GOGcom channel. It's actually a really fun channel to watch. I strongly recommend that you guys check it out. Her cast in particular is a lot of fun to watch. She was playing Ultima Underworld last time I saw her, but she was also doing some of the voice acting with Hot Tin Roof, which I know she didn't have a high estimation of, but I thought it was actually a pretty charming little playthrough. It was a group of people who voice acted all of the dialogue while playing the game. So one thing I want to draw your attention to here is, like, watch how this character moves. I believe this guy's gotten his ass kicked by Oh wait, this is happening on turn 2, so I can sort of escape this. Alright. Alright, have a great one, Paranjade. Talk to you later. Hey, Callie Cakes! It's great to see you again. Guys, speaking of great streamers, Callie Cakes is a primarily DayZ streamer, but she was playing, I think it was Dead by Daylight not too long ago. Another absolutely fantastic caster. Definitely recommend checking her out. And let me do a quick shout out here. Oh, Jess already got it for me. And she's still planning as well. Alright, so I gotta come up. So here's one of the things that you'll think about in terms of playing this game, right? So we've seen where she starts. We've done play. So one moving up here, one locking. I don't think she's going to be trying to take this character out. And then I want to see what's going on with these guys. All right. So I think I know what I'm going to do. Okay. That might be a problem. Alright, now some of these guys are probably going to get blocked. But I have a very specific idea. All right. So here's the idea, right? I'm gonna pass here. I'm gonna try and sort of leapfrog over some of these obstacles. So I can't pass these sort of high walls here. But what's gonna happen is by moving this character up, I'm gonna open up a lot of options. I could potentially throw the ball here. I could potentially try and run it to the end zone. I could also potentially throw it to one of these characters who frees up. So in this case, I'm giving myself some more options in this fairly constrained area here. All right. Let's see if this horrible plan works. Alright, now this is not a good spot for me to be in. There's about 3 or 4 different ways that this can end badly for me. But I'm gonna guess, I'm actually gonna wait until Jess has committed her turn because I have a very dastardly plan in mind and I don't think she's gonna be prepared for it. So here's the dilemma that I have, right? I wanted to throw this up to my guy here for some more options, but she's kind of anticipated this move. She's blocked this passing vector. She's blocked this passing vector. And if I pass over the edge here, chances are it's going to be one of her units that picks it up. So what I need to do now is I need to... There's two things that I can do. I can anticipate her getting the ball, at which point I just kind of say, it's like, well, this is going to suck, but I'm going to try and put myself in a good position to keep her from scoring a touchdown. But I actually have a fairly good idea, based on how she's used these last two moves. I actually have a pretty clear idea of where she's going to leave the gap in terms of her defenses. So just as a recap of what goes on in the match, hit that. Everybody's kind of clustering in like this. And so what my anticipation needs to be is, what do I do with this guy to deal with the fact that she's constricting in entirely all towards the center of the map? Perfect. So there's really no stopping what's going to happen here. Either this pass is going to work or it's not. So I'm going to prepare myself for... I'm going to prepare myself for the possibility that she gets the ball here. But the trick here, throwing this down, letting this guy take it, run to the end zone. What do I want to do with this? I actually want to keep him exactly where he is. All right, let's see how it works, chat. It's a break turn sponsored by Thompson Projectiles. Thompson, in before you know... Oh, we missed the other one. Chat's going nuts. Alright. So this is a good example of what happens when you do a longer throw. You get to sort of figure out what's going on here. So what Jess needs to do is figure out how is she going to best reply to the fact that this guy's running in. Okay, she's probably going to want to chase him down. Actually, she might wind up tackling him. That's a terrible spot if that works. All right. So let's assume that she gets the ball here. I gotta get the shortest distance to the end zone. Yeah, he's screwed. Damn it! I really thought I was gonna get away with that. I probably could have gone a little bit closer to the end zone and I would have been okay. So what I need to prepare now is when she gets the ball here. while you watch System Shock. So use that wonderful voice, System Shock, and drop mad knowledge about this game into your ears. So Cali Cakes, the best thing that I can say about this one is that this is a turn-based game, but what makes it interesting is, unlike, let's say, Hearthstone, where you need to, you know, work out your strategy anticipating that your opponent is going to have a full turn to reply to you, this one you need to anticipate what your enemy's movement's going to be. So likely what Jess is going to do is she's probably going to stomp on... Oh crap. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We'll see what goes. I think she's probably going to chase me down and take me to the end zone here. It's the other thing I can do, actually. I just had a great idea. Ah, oh, damn it, no. Does he really lock on to getting the ball in that case? That's what we're doing. Okay, so notice the subtle difference here. If I do the run, oh, so Cali Cakes, this is how this works. So my assumption is that she's going to make a beeline to that ball, right? Now I ran through the iterations and I saw that very likely I get tackled and she gets possession of the ball in that situation. So what I'm doing is I'm delaying for a second. I'm making it so that this guy gets stunned, which is going to give me a little more time to pick up the ball and run to the end zone. Now, if she doesn't do that, I might be in a lot of trouble. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, let's assume that she gets the ball here, because nobody else is going to pick this up. What are the most likely places that she's going to be able to throw it? Well, she's going to be able to throw it kind of through this arc around here, or she's going to be able to throw it around this area here, and as a result, I kind of want to make sure that these guys are covered as best as I can. So, like I said, I don't know what she did for her turn, so I hit Prime, and we see how it turns out. Sweet. Clyde grounds the ball for de Havilland. I prefer a nice clean catch myself, Bob. So again, what's happened here? A cluster of opponents here. There's no way in hell I'm going to try and get this blue mark, but I can run it into the end zone, and there's nothing they can do about it. So just to give you a recap of how the round worked, position ourselves. What I didn't really appreciate was she's going to go all in on the center, because like in the end, there's really only one place I can throw that. So I get myself into a little bit of trouble over here. I say it's like, okay, well, I'm going to throw this over to the edge. Now, again, these are all pretty obvious plays, so she's not dumb, right? She's going to say, okay, well, I'm going to make sure that this guy gets covered. She's ready to chase me over here. The one thing that probably isn't anticipated, and this is where it becomes a bit like chess, is like, if I do the run over here, you can test this out and see whether or not it works. If I run to go and claim that ball, then I get caught. So what I do instead was I just take that half a second to kick the guy in the nuts, and then I'm just keeping everybody in position. I mean, what I'll do here is I'll kind of close off this this end just in case something goes wrong. I'll move this guy up a little bit, and again, in this case, I just want to close down the number of options that she has. So on the chance that something goes wrong, I'm going to position myself a little bit better, but I think in this case, this is going to be a touchdown for me.
System Prime.
Oop, I didn't play that, sorry. Yeah, and there we go. And that's de Havilland with the run, and the System Shock picks up the goal. So, next, and that's 7 points for me. Not 5, sorry. So for those of you who are here specifically because of Frozen Cortex, Wait, I'm committed? What? I think you need to hit next, Jess. Hit next, and we're gonna move on to the next round where you have possession of the ball. Heading into this next play, System Shock is out in front. I like System Shock's attitude in this game, Bob. Jesse Quill hasn't looked as convincing. That's not nice to say. Alright, so basically what I have to do here is I need to say, alright, I know what this was like, I know a little bit about what this was like for me, so what are some of the ways that I can make life difficult for Jess? And in turn, she's going to say, it's like, okay, well, I know what System used to, you know, to make life difficult for me. What are some of the ways that I can get around this, right? I kind of want to wait till she's committed her turn before I do anything. It's not so much an accusation of cheating, it's just it's to remove any ambiguity. Alright. So I definitely want to make sure that I've got coverage on the side here. I think I'm actually going to move pretty aggressively on this front. Okay, so I think the idea here is that I'm going, well, yeah, I think basically I'm just going to do the same thing that she did at the start. The important thing to remember is, like, I don't want to actually do my full plan in full view this round, because it's only going to be a second while she picks this up. But basically, this is a pattern very similar to what she employed before. It caused a lot of problems for me, and so I want to, I kind of want to see where she moves her people in the first round. Okay, so this guy's heading down. Okay, so what are some of the places that she can throw? I'm fairly comfortable with these moves. This, by the way, is one of my favorite tracks on this on the soundtrack. How do you throw the ball? You take the character who's holding the ball. Sorry guys, I know I'm not very good on commentary, but I'm trying not to talk too much about my plans until Jess is committed. So what you want to do is you want to take your character who has the ball, you want to click on the arrow, and then you want to drag that out to... so if you mouse over the guy, you're going to see this arrow, and when you click on that arrow and drag it out, you can kind of send it to the destination, and it'll let you know whether that's a legal throw or not. You can't throw behind yourself, and you can't throw over the high walls. No, do any of you guys have any questions for me about how this game works? There's a career mode where you can like build and trade trade units. But in this case, I know a lot of people really like the multiplayer. In fact, I got a ton. Whenever I go on, there's a ton of people who just are desperate to play a game. So they'll auto-invite me. Okay, not to talk about your stream and another stream, but you're only 2 followers away from 500. Guys, no, I mean, Cali Cakes, I think you know, I think you generally know the etiquette around that. I've obviously put a lot of time talking about your follower count. So guys, if you're not following her already, if you would like to make Cali Cakes night, feel free to drop her that follow. I can definitely say that she's a stream that I really enjoy hanging out in. And she's been extremely generous in terms of her attention and her compliments to the stream. So, all right. So Jess has made her move. Now, what I would do in this situation, or maybe not, maybe I wouldn't do this, but here's one way of causing me some grief. Right? We do one of these. Now the question here is: this guy going to be able to get to the end zone before my other units here? So what I'm maybe gonna do is commit myself a little bit less aggressively. I want to see where this other guy's headed as well. So this guy looks like he's heading... He looks like he's heading down this direction. I think I'm comfortable with that. I actually think this is a fairly weak move for this guy, but... Alright, let's see what happens this turn. Interesting. Okay. Oh my god, is she doing the same thing I did? Planning a 500 celebration this weekend, so you're... Oh, so Cali Cakes, let us know what you're gonna do when we get you to 500. And we will get you to 500. Guys, Klepto did do the follow, so we just need one more of you to follow Cali Cakes, and she'll hit that magic milestone. Again, I'm just going to try and hang out here Okay, so Jess has made her decision. So, we're first thing we're gonna do is think a little bit about her options. So she can't, by moving up the field, your options are reduced. So she can try and throw a long bomb over here. She can kind of move it all. She can have this very narrow window available at this point. So one thing I'm gonna maybe try to deal with that contingency. I don't think I get the reply fast enough. Let's just take a look. Yeah. There's really nothing else for me to do with these guys, though. Now the question is, what happens with some of these more devious shots? So I kind of want to be geared for a potential interception there. Oh, that's actually not so good for me. Okay, what about that other spot, though? Okay, so basically if she tries to do anything along this end, that'll be intercepted. So now what I need to do is figure out how I'm going to deal with this weak spot over here, because I really am in trouble on this. I think what I want to do is I want to make sure that this guy stays... Actually, you know what? I think I've got this sewn up. Because between these two, as long as I keep these guys planted, there's no other unit that can move in. You're going to do giveaways of Quest Gaming nutrition bars and maybe a Steam game. You're going to do a viewer event, and you're going to hook up with a bunch of others. That's a great thing that you've got lined up for your 500. Guys, I will say, obviously, so no streamers are charity case, right? And Callie definitely deserves more than just, you know, I want to get you to a milestone. She is a very good streamer in her own right, but definitely... If you like checking out new channels, especially if you like something like DayZ, although she does do a lot of her own stuff, I would definitely strongly recommend considering hitting that follow button. All right, so let's see what we can do. Oh, it's an incredibly tactical game. What I love the most about this game is it distills, 30 seconds of action down into this meticulously planned route. So what I'm basically saying here, like with this character, I'm saying, what happens if she throws over in this end? Well, I've got coverage over here, right? This is, of course, the most optimistic case. Maybe she'll do like a long bomb over to the end here. In this case, I've got somebody to catch and that as well. What if she tries my strategy against me? Well, I've got somebody in place to catch the ball there as well, right? And I'll kind of do that at the two extremes. So it's like, what are our last options? Well, she can throw it anywhere in this area. This guy, if he moves, is going to get hit by Meyer. And then any other attempt that she makes to throw the ball here, I own this area, right? My guys are going to be able to get that ball before her. So I think we've got this sewn up. But of course, when I hit Prime, it's possible that she could come up with something that I didn't think of. So let's just throw this into safety and see where it goes.
System Prime.
Ah, damn it! I hit the button. Okay, so she didn't lose the ball. It looked like. I need to stop clicking the button. So, oh, there's the interception from Crush. So it looks like I did wind up getting it. Yeah. So she tried to do my strategy. This ping pong meets Strategio. That's actually not a bad way of putting it. All right, now this doesn't help me at all though. Because take a look at where all her units are, right? This is just a big old nightmare of places where she can potentially just gain the ball back, right? So there's two things that I want to keep an eye on. Number one, I want to keep an eye on how many turns until the end of the game or overtime. And then next, I want to think of any kinds of plays that I can do that will that'll upset her assumptions in terms of what I'm going to accomplish. And again, this one, I cannot afford to have any... I can't afford to have any insight in terms of what my next couple of moves are going to be, because this is either going to be like a total like, oh my god, you're so good at this game system, or it's going to be like humiliating defeat. So, who's interested in buying this game if it were to go on an appropriate price? I know the current price is one that some people find a little expensive, but who would consider playing this themselves? Because I know turn-based strategy is definitely a difficult one for people to get into sometimes. I really like the look of this game. It looks like you would actually have to think. Yeah, I mean, this is why I love the game, right? Okay, so there's a couple of... Oh good, you'll have a PayPal account set up by then. Jesus, Nate. Gotta save something for yourself, man. Okay, so I'll do the same thing that I did when considering my strategy against Jess. I can't throw to the side. In fact, all of my options on the left-hand side are closed off, right? The best that I could hope for was maybe to like throw the ball up here, but that would be assuming that she moves her unit a little bit further off to the side. So what is interesting here, though, is there are quite a few options I have in terms of maybe trying to do a long bomb and moving it around. One thing that would be really interesting to try out would be something like this. Of course, this is ripe for interception as well, which is decidedly bad. So, I'm going to try something ridiculously bold. I'm going to go up. And get myself into position for... So the assumption that I'm having here is that she doesn't think that I'm going to go up the middle here because it's suicide. One of the things that I could try as well is just to claim the cheap points and get the 2 here, because that's going to push me over the edge with only 4 turns left. But I love this idea of just trying to run up the middle and do what I can to, if not get it into the end zone, then at least, you know, kind of throw her into some disarray in terms of being in an inconvenient place for the ball. The next thing I want to do is sort of plan where the next couple of rounds are going to go. So again, I want to close off this area. I think let's try running this all up. This is just, I'm trying to get some distance on the time that's passed. So it's possible that she'll just tackle this guy and it's over, right? So if she does something like this. Oh, nope, that won't work. It has to be if she runs over to the side. Ah, congratulations, guys. Thank you to whoever followed most recently. Yeah, so there's a lot of ways that this can go wrong. But I'm going to take a big guess that she said, this is suicide, there's nothing worthwhile going on here. So let's see what happens. Oh yeah! You see that, chat? You see that shit? That's why this is a great game. I'm ridiculous. And you can see, guys, you can see what she did too, right? She was so certain she had me on this. She started putting her people onto the blue dots. But I am not out of the woods yet. So what I need to do is I either need to waste her time for 3 turns, or I need to get a touchdown and
Greed, for lack of a better word, is good.
Because you always entertain me by morning and keep me from falling asleep when I'm at work. Plus you deserve support. Keep doing what you're doing, smiley face.
Elkanu, that is amazing. Thank you so much for that. I know you've got a big move ahead of you, so I know that donation comes at a time when probably you want to be saving that money for yourself. You are an incredible streamer. I don't use that word lightly. And I mean, we've chatted off cast. You have been a very, very positive influence on my casting life. And the fact that you've added financial support to that as well is just something else, man. Thank you so much. I think I always like to say that it's kind of like having a movie star or a celebrity come into my cast whenever you're in here, and I always feel so special when you are in here. So thank you so much. And guys, for those of you who haven't done it already, Elkanu has just got $10 of free marketing, so follow him, you sons of bitches. But more importantly, guys, I mean, thank you so much for taking Cali Cakes 500. Definitely feel free to let us know in cast when you're going to be doing your celebration. It looks like Melee Mage was the one to take us to that magic number, so thank you so much, Melee Mage. Melee Mage is somebody who I know through Vancouver. I've seen him at EXP Bar, where I hang out too much and spend too much money. By the way, he's been playing a lot of Starbound, so if you want to see what that game's about, I've been pretty negative about it in the past, but now that the full version is out, I definitely want to take a look at it, and I actually think I'll probably be hanging out in Melee Mage's chat a little bit more. Not that I specifically avoid it right now, because it's more of a matter of timing more than anything. But if you do want to, I mean, especially because Starbound is one of these things, because it's been in early access so long, it's so hard to tell whether or not it's any good, right? A lot of people have strong prior beliefs about this game to a point that you may not necessarily be getting up-to-date information, right? This is a bad feature of the early access system in Steam, is that, you know, somebody who hated the game at its first iteration and might potentially love the new version may or may not have their review changed. So in that sense, that's a really good reason to check out Melee Mage's stream right now, because if you're thinking of making that purchase, then he'd be somebody to get a good objective opinion in terms of the quality of that game. I will also say, guys, so on the topic of milestones, so we had a viewer here who is on their way to 250 follows. Cali Cakes, we've succeeded in getting to 500 follows, so thank you very much, guys. It means it's one thing for me to, you know, to play games for you, and obviously the viewers are first, but I have had a lot of help getting myself set up on stream. Jess, did you just rage quit on me, or are you doing all the iterations? Oh, here we go. Thanks. So much to plan for. I know. He does stream. Actually, he's another one I should. I don't know. That's all good. I am being a little bit of a bastard. Okay. So if I run and she just straight up chases after me, that's not gonna work. If I go around the edge, she's almost certainly going to be able to. So, like, let's just consider what happens if I try to run straight to the edge here, right? Right? Bad for me. Okay? So I'm not going to go that way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm on the left-hand side of the map. Right? So what can she do about that? Well, she can try and chase me from the side. Oh god, I was saying this before. So sorry, we hit a bunch of people on milestones in that. There is one other and very important milestone I want to point out, and I've been looking forward to this for so long. I can't believe it hasn't happened already. Elkanu's currently at 983 followers. He is a gem. You guys have got to watch him. If you are not following him right now, he's one of the strongest recommendations I can make on Twitch. Honestly, if W. Shand, Kitch22, Elkanu, or Jesse Quill are streaming, it is almost impossible for me to do anything else. I have to go on and watch that channel. And there's a lot of people that I really like watching. I really like watching Leatu. I really like watching Phantom Klepto when I get to catch him online. Melee Mage I like hanging out with, and I know I'm gonna like watching his channel when I actually finally get in and start, chatting with him rather than doing any of this stuff. But Elkanu holds a very special place for me because one, in a sea where you've got so many English casters telling people English only, I've said some of the stupidest stuff in English in Elkanu's channel, and nobody has ever told me French only. Don't you have enough English casts on your own? It has been a warm and open and welcoming environment. He has given me so many games that I've wanted to take a look at. His generosity with his time, his consistency in terms of casting, both in terms... Oh my god, I didn't know you did the beginner's guide. I really want to watch that now, Elkanu. Everything that he's done, he's really, between him and Jess, these are really kind of the standards by which I hold myself. And I always feel like I'm never quite going to be able to hit it. But they definitely give me something to strive for. So again, anything that we can do to bring Elkanu closer to that very special goal, I have to strongly recommend. So, and it's not just because he gave me $10. If anything, that was a $5 shout out. So anyways, back to iterating over the plan. So what happens if she tries directly to chase me through here? If she just tries to chase me, it's over, right? There's no way that her character catches up on me because these are evenly balanced teams. It's just kind of embarrassing. So what if she tries it the other way around, right? Again, similar story. If she knows... in this case, the closest angle to the corner and then tries to get me here. What happens at this point? Close. So far as I can tell, she isn't able to catch me from this guy. What about these guys? What if they say, I know he's headed towards here, so we run in? Close, but I just need to keep this guy in position. So I'm pretty sure I'm safe now that I've got this coverage. And I'm just going to keep everybody else for the... I'm going to keep everybody else in position because, again, I was comfortable with this setup, but I think what's going to happen here is this running play is going to take me over the top. I could potentially throw, but I think any throw that I do is going to be intercepted, and I can gain the 2... This is the highest number of pips that I can pick up on with the running play. So let's see what we can do.
System Prime.
Alright. Curse really flying here and triggers the turn break again. So in this case here, this is a done deal. There's no planning that I need to do about this. I'll just prime it and say it's done. Actually, sorry, Jess. I should have opened Discord so you can scream at me. As you can see, guys, I was skipping these little segments, which are a lot of fun in the game. So And in this case, the game says there's no way that this is going to end. Well, that was fairly significant victory for System Shock here. Our final score is 18-0. I think Jesse Quill could viably have been replaced with a defective calculator in that match, Bob. System Shock is extending their dominance in this series, so... yeah, I'm really sorry about that, Jess. 18-0 isn't fun to watch for anyone. Guys, it is worth mentioning that I have played this game a lot more than Jess, so... you know... I don't want to rub it in, but I am going to let you know one of my favorite features of this game is the full replay. You can actually upload them to YouTube, but if you just want to watch, this is what the full match looks like if it were to have been like the way you'd watch it on television. And again, with pounding techno. One very important thing that I neglected. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to reload that, so in this case I'm going to turn up the master volume. Thank you, Jess. I do kind of feel bad about it. I don't want you to be like a punching bag for... Oh, this is the third time you've played this game. But, I do like playing this. So, I am well past bedtime. It is actually almost 3 o'clock, but let's see if we can turn this into an esport. All right, ready, guys? No, that's the end. I don't want to do that. Yeah, Jess, I mean, this is how I want to play these. Okay. Alright, everybody. Welcome to the whatever you call it bowl. My name is System Shock. I will be your host for this evening. The red team picks up the ball. He does a long bomb over to Turing. Turing passes it over down to Crush. Oh, he kicks him in the nuts and he's on his goal. Yeah, this is a very difficult game to commentate. Just enjoy the music, guys. Maybe as a representative sample, actually, if you guys want to see a game that Jesse Quill and I are a little bit better matched at, definitely you can watch us play. You can watch us play Chaos Reborn. That's a fantastic game, and see you, top-ranked player. I want to see one with like a small change in score, so let's go for this one. All right, so this is going to be, I think this is probably an example of top tier and fairly evenly matched players. I wanted to get something which had a score, a fairly low score. Or sorry, a fairly low change in like ELO rating. So here's what these guys look like. Oh, that's the end. There we go. Hopefully this will be a close match. You have no idea how satisfying it is when you see a hit like that. Yeah, so that's kind of... Oh wow, that was not close at all. That was 20-2. But that guy was the top ranked player, so... Anyways, it seems like most people said they weren't as interested in this game. So, because today was kind of screwed up, I'm done for tonight, but I've been meaning to do this for a while. How about we do a giveaway? I just need to figure out... I used to have a big list of all the keys that I had that I could give away. And I don't have that anymore. So I'm going to need a minute here to figure out what I can actually give away. It's the wshand command that... You have too many games already? Well, I'm going to try and find something that people will like. Unfortunately, I don't remember. So what happened was I actually opened a few of these to get the codes in anticipation of doing a giveaway, and then it didn't turn out. So there's a couple I'm sitting on which haven't been redeemed yet, and I just don't know which one is which. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Let's just, let's make this easy for myself. Okay, so guys, let me, I'll start with this. Can I assume that if I were to give away Frozen Cortex, there would not be a lot of people who would want that? Actually, yeah, you know what? I've got an idea of what I want to do with Frozen Cortex. Oh my god, do I really have a cop? Guys, I've got... I'm so sorry, guys. Let's put on some Paul Taylor. I didn't realize I had a couple of these things. I've got some great stuff to give away. What the fuck have I been doing? Okay, guys. I was originally going to give this to somebody in particular, but they already have it, so... By the way, does this song sound familiar? It should. You like Cortex a bit less, to be honest? Interesting. Okay. No, that's totally fine, El Canu. Cortex is definitely the less popular of the two. But guys, I know some of you already own this, and I apologize in advance. Maybe I'll do 2 giveaways or something like that. The first thing that we are going to give away is Shadowrun Dragonfall. So, as always, these giveaways are not endorsed by Twitch. They're not, these are run by me. They are a way of saying thank you. I don't like advertising the channel with them. So what we're going to start off with is Shadowrun Dragonfall. So, what I want you to do, if you would like to get a copy of this, I'm going to be manually entering you into random.org, and I will show you the drawing on... I will show you the drawing on the screen. So, all capital letters, give me Dragonfall, and we'll keep it open for, let's say, 1 minute after I say begin, although you can start entering that in at any point. And I have 1 copy of that, and I think I'll give away a second game, just because I'm such a nice guy. So... it would not be necessarily a 2. Oh god, I almost gave away something I shouldn't be showing. Why do you do this to me, OBS? I'm trying to do something nice here. Okay, screw it. You guys are gonna have to look at my monitor again. Okay, so the names that I have down here, we've got Melee Mage, Link the Informer, Leah 2, knowledge of the previous Shadowrun is not required. Subs. I've got you down already, Melee Mage. Saviek. Alright. So, I am about to do the draw here, but I'm going to do one more. Again, it's going to be strictly 1 minute after this. Next thing I would like you to do is, if you would be interested in a giveaway for an unknown game, you're automatically entered if you said that you wanted Dragonfall. And if you would like to be entered for a giveaway of a random game, type in all capital letters, give me something else. Alright, so Melee Mage, Nate, Link the Informer. Okay, so Blasi, Elkanu, and Phantom Klepto, and Jesse Quill. Okay, so yeah, if you are already entered in Dragonfall, you're automatically entered into this next one. So just give me a second here. The winner of Dragonfall is Ankeg. So, congratulations. Enjoy your copy. I just sent you a whisper. Let me know that it. Let me know if it works. Now, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back. Anka gets next knocked off, and we have Blasi, Kadu, Klepto, Equal. Oh, ordering doesn't matter, Nate. This is purely for my interests. I actually have some of you on Steam, so I'm just going to take a second here and sorry guys, this is going to take a while, just because I need to individually contact each of the winners. Oh, damn it. Go back. I know this is different from last time. I'm sorry, guys. You're all gonna get something, though, so don't worry. That's why it's gonna take a while. Everybody on this list is getting something. Well, they're getting the option for something. And sorry, I should be clear, guys. You're getting the option, so you get a yes or no. I'm not like going back into the bag because we're gonna be here all night. But don't worry, I'm gonna do more giveaways. So, just make sure you have your whispers enabled. Elkanu, you're gonna be very hard to do this for, because I've seen how many games you have in your library. Melee Mage, check your whispers. Oh yes, good point. Thank you, Elkanu. Yeah, no, not a problem, Melee Mate. Again, by necessity, there are going to be some people who get stuff that I've already, that they already own. Not a problem, Ankeg. So, Melee Mage just got a copy of I Am Bread. Elkanu, I'm gonna take a look at your Steam profile, because I may not actually have something that you don't own. I was originally thinking of giving you Frozen Cortex, but... Damn it, man! El Canoe, I may have to talk to you after the cast just to try and find something that'll work for you. Because you have everything I can give away, basically. Alright. Sorry, El Canoe, I'm gonna have to skip you for a second. Subs! You are a delight to have inside here. You're up next. Let me just take a look at what I can hand off to you. Just a reminder, guys, it's a right of refusal that you're getting. I can't do draws with replacement. One, because I'll run out of keys, and two, this is already going to take a really long time. Subs just got forced. Forced is also a pretty fun co-op game, so Jess, I may need to chat with you. Jess, do you mind if I chat with you afterwards? I have a couple things in mind in your case, but I want to make sure that it's used. I want to make sure that it's, you know, in line with what you want. All right, Blasi. Sorry, just a second here. I'm trying to find something I think you'd like. I'm sorry, guys. This is kind of off the cuff, so I know it's not the... Alright, sorry about that, Blasi. Saviek, you're up next. Wait a minute, Link, I think I missed you on the list, didn't I? I'll get you next. Okay. Again, Blasi and Saviek, I apologize. I'm gonna make a list of the people who I didn't, who I wasn't able to get on this round. I'm gonna try and write that. I'm gonna try and write that down. So, Link. It's funny actually. So the two of you, each of the games that I recommended to, or that I suggested for each of you, I've not played it. Or rather, I've not played it in each of your case. But fortunately, Link has not. So Link the Informer just got Psychonauts. So where was I? Links done, subs, Jesse Quill and El Canoe I'm talking to later, blah, Saviek had to turn down Nate! Alright, I'm pretty sure Nate's gonna be happy with this one. Nate just got Rocket League. Phantom Klepto. God, you're gonna be a tough one to figure out. Oh, hang on. I think I have you on Steam. We've got Frozen Cortex back. That won't work. Just Klepto. I'll wind up skipping. I'll have to skip this. I won't bother searching. Oh, you are online. Sorry, hang on a second. Excellent. So, Phantom Klepto just got a game I'm a huge fan of, This War of Mine. Melee Mage, we already did you, didn't we? Alright, so, Saviek and... So Saviek, Blasi... Okay, just give me a second here. Okay, Saviek and Blasi, if you can give me a whisper with your Steam profiles, I'm going to try and work something out from you with what I have. Not a problem, Nate. Jesse Quill and El Canoe, I'm going to give you a couple PMs because I'm in contact with you. But again, Saviek and Blasi, please give me a whisper with your Steam profiles, like just the website, and I'm going to be able to work out something for you. If not tonight, then I'll get it. I'll get it for you. But that's it for me. I'm kind of tapped out on keys, and I wanted to give a reward for. By the way, Cali Cake. I noticed a couple of you guys, like Leatu and Cali Cakes. You guys didn't enter in, so let me know if you're feeling left out. I'll try and make something work. But yeah, so Saviek and Blasi, if you guys don't get in touch with me tonight, I'll at least I'll take a note and I'll make sure that you guys get some kind of like priority or something like that for the next giveaway. But at least I'm a little more cleared out on keys. Now, before I start embarrassing myself by showing you all my my private messages, let's get rid of my monitor capture and let's find somebody to host. Not a problem, guys. I really appreciate you sticking through me with the tough cast. So, Blasi's given me his Steam. Blasi's given me his Steam profile. Saviak, if you have it, definitely please whisper it to me. I'd love to come up with some kind of arrangement in terms of what you can. In terms of what we can work out together. Totally understand if you can't. I'm done for tonight. I'm going to host Kitch because he's the only person I know who's online. He's a fantastic caster and he's playing Catherine. So if you want to know what all of those things I wanted to do to that robot Catherine were, watch Kitch. Have a good one, guys. Ah! Alright, we're hosting him now. Feel free to drop in that message. Let him know I was giving away a bunch of keys. Hopefully we'll get these yokels to come follow me. Have a good one, guys.
To an area which is down south. It's about an hour and a bit away on a train, right? It's an hour and a bit on the train. And they've said, why don't you come early? Why don't you come nice and early so you can help set up? So what time's that? Oh, 10 o'clock. What do you fucking 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay. And then you want us to stick around for the barbecue. Yep. On the beach. That'll be good. Then... there's fireworks. Oh, what time are they? Oh, about 8:30 at night. You can do the math. You can do the math. Fuck that up. You can do the math. Then we're gonna clean up and shit, and then we get home about an hour later. Yada 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 yada. So basically, I said to Mrs. Kitch, I said, look, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. Retro's got it down though, he knows what's going on. 4 ladies to go and see some fireworks with right now. at this time of night. Holy shit, that man knows how to party. That man knows how to party. Go follow up Retro, guys. Go follow up System Chalk as well. If you are brand new, thank you for joining us. Thanks for those new follows. I'm going to beat this fucking thing. This ending that we're going for right now is the C ending. Yeah, subs, welcome back, man. Yeah, this is the C ending. It's the Catherine ending. All right. I don't know what it looks like. We'll see. BJ Gamer, what's happening, bud? What's happening? Did Retro get to Canada? Did he get to Canada? I don't know if he knows here. He's probably not even here. He's probably pissed off to the beach. He's probably gone straight to the beach to hang out with his lady friends. I'm just gonna have to back a few rounds. He's gone to the beach. You're off. Good night, Faithless Solomon, man. Thanks so much. It's always great to see you, dude. Good luck. Thanks, DJ Gamer. I appreciate that. Murder Inc. No. The answer is no. What is no? Fuck, how do I do this one? Create a dark block, maybe, and just kind of fudge it? Maybe. Maybe. Shit. If I create a dark block here, I think that's going to be a waste. Jump up there, do that. Jesse, what's happening? Wonderful to see you. Undo, yeah. Dave. They just behave. He did. Oh, he didn't make it to Canada? Oh, shit. He did? Oh, man. It's because he's using the wrong characters. He's more kitchen. And he's. Oh, shit. Did you know that was there? Oh, perfect. Oh, fuck. Ow. No, that was perfect. Good night, Lily Ghost. Take care. Perfect. That's up. We're up there. Progress. Let's move, guys. We're so close to the end of this. You've come in pretty late into the cast, guys. We're at, what, 7 hours in or something? Alright. That's wrong as well. He made it right to the last fight and lost, Reaper? Shit, man. Oh, that was yesterday. No, I saw that, dude. I was in there. I saw that, I think. That game looks like a lot of fun, actually. You should probably get that game. It's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap. Really nice indie game that's definitely worth picking up, sporting, I think. Very, very cool. I've got a stack of indie games I've got to try out, man. So many. I think I'll have like an indie night or something and just kind of run through a whole bunch of them. We'll see. We'll see. Shit. Let's go this way. Alright, the weekend's officially here for us in Japan, though, guys. It's 7 p.m. The good news is Mrs. K is out having a drink with a colleague because she's had a shitty day at work. How do I get through this? She's had a really tough day. So that means that we can keep this, the stream alive a little bit longer. Vicstar, we're getting super deep into Catherine. I'll behave. I'll behave. What am I doing wrong here? I think I need to spider around or something. What am I doing? Yeah, that's Brotato's mouth hugs. Brotato's mouth hugs. Mrs. K, hope she feels better soon. Me too, Cassie. Me too. Me too. She's been having a bit of a shitty time with work people. Do you know what it is? It's foreigners. Goddamn foreigners. Like you and I. Work ethics, man. They're just so different across the East and the West. They really are. So different. Okay. If you're still sticking around from Retro's Raid, guys, thank you so much, and I hope you do follow the channel. We've got a Discord channel you can jump in as well. Lots of offline shenanigans and shite. And yes, I'm Australian. Did I try climbing up? Oh, blue seeds! You nailed it, 100%. I didn't do that yet. Let me do that. Hang on. Blue seeds. Shh. Just calm down. Just calm down.
Hello.
Hello.